just give a chance for 5 minutes, and if not, we can just proceed with the program. So thank you. Yes, so we should present, I think, from this computer, as it happens on the other sessions from the podium, because this computer is connected to the um, projector. Otherwise, if you want to present from your place, I can just move slides. It's totally up to you, but you can just feel free to come to the center and give the presentation from here. No. But let me ask you. Where is? Okay. Okay.
First. I will be the first to what will be that?
Yes, so I mean, Fatou will go second. So
yes,
Joseph
right.
will be first.
So-
Maybe Fatou will be second. And
Okay,
then
wonderful.
You can be third or fourth.
No problem, because
No
it is my presentation.
Oh,
That's
no,
the reason
okay.
I was
Yeah.
surprised.
Sorry.
No,
but
it's
I
all
will
right.
go
It's all
with
right.
the order. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
I'm going to have another talk at 10:30.
All right.
So just, even if we start late, that's fine. That's fine. Just so that we.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for coming for this session, and thank you very much to the audience that we have. So today we have session 7 on the sustainability and food system, agriculture, scaling up and measuring sustainability. And I'll be moderating this session. My name is Marcin Jarzemski. I'm from the United Nations University in Tokyo, as well as I'm representing also the University of Tokyo and Future Earth. So I would like to invite first the first speaker, but let me just explain briefly what this session is about today. So generally, today we'll be talking about the agriculture and sustainability. So we know that the agriculture is one of the necessity for us, for a human population, to maintain our growing population. But on the other hand, it's been also recognized as a cause of biodiversity loss. But on the other hand, we still know that agricultural land also became a habitat for many species. So in this session, we would like to discuss how actually sustainability could be achieved through the agriculture. So we will be discussing on how ambitious and realistic and measurable proposed goals related to the to food and agriculture. And in the same line, we know that it's still not clear how food system and other products or sustainable management of agriculture, especially forestry and fishery, should change to be sustainable while coping with human demands, or actually how progress of sustainable agriculture could be measured. So in this session, we will be discussing on the coverage of sustainable land use for agriculture, taking into account SDGs and how Target 10's goal A and B can be implemented. So we will have today um, four speakers. We will have Joseph, co-chair IPBS Global Assessment. And then as a second disorder, we have Ms. Fatou from Land Department Coordinator, Sahara and Sahel Observatory, Tunis. And as a third speaker, I would like to ask Alexandros Gasparatos from Institute for Future Initiative at the University of Tokyo. And last but not the least will be Marie-Christine Cormier-Salem from Agropolis Foundation. And so just tell me, huh? Oh, you're here. Okay, sorry. Fabrice de Klerk, sorry for missing you. So the senior scientist from Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT. From the International Center of Tropical Agriculture. So I would like to ask the first presenter to come to the stage. Your file number was
Satellite.
yes, it's okay. So,
What are you doing? We have rearranged things. So good morning, everybody. While we are still arranging this here, my name is Josef Settler. I was co-chair of the Global Assessment, and I'm also working quite a lot for IPBES. That's why I have this wonderful IPBES mask. And I'm also heavily into agroecology. So I was asked just to give a kind of starting point for this morning. And what I will do, I will focus on some of the outcomes which have been in this IPCC IPBES community, somehow like this. And everybody knows maybe this pollination one for 2016. Just to highlight some aspects here, it's mainly on agroecology and related stuff. We had this several risks like intensive agriculture. These are all points which are in the summary for policymakers and agreed texts, now even more condensed. Just as one example, loss of non-cultivated habitat patches, large field size monocultures, things which are very obvious, of course. High input of fertilizers, herbicides, etc., intensive grazing. And on the solution side, create patches of flower-rich habitat based on native species, organic farming, diversity farming systems, reward farmers for good practices. Just two of the examples out of a large set of, let's say, options and recommendations we had in this assessment back in 2016. An important aspect, for example, how the global agriculture is increasingly dependent on pollinators. We had a more than 300% increase in volume of agricultural production, dependent on pollinators since 1961. So it was a quite amazing figure. You can see how important this ecosystem service, or NCP, is for us as humans. Another point where I was co-chairing the global assessment, there's also one example from the Summit for Policymakers, D6, feeding humanity, enhancing the conservation and sustainable use of nature, are complementary. They can be advanced through sustainable agriculture, aquaculture, and livestock systems, the safeguarding of native species, varieties, breeds, and habitats, and ecological restoration. And some of the bullet points, I just picked out two of them: promoting sustainable agriculture and agroecological practices. This is literally taken from the SPM, so it's an agreed document among the best partners at least. Or empowering producers and consumers to transform supply chains and facilitating sustainable and healthy dietary choices. If we move further, the Biodiversity and Climate Change report, which is kind of, let's say, first joint report of these two bodies, but that didn't go through this official procedure of a COP. But still, it has quite some impact and also influenced quite a lot the IPCC AR6. There were some key messages like this one: planting bioenergy crops, including trees, perennial grasses, or annual crops, in monocultures over a very large share of total land area is detrimental to ecosystems, reduces supply of many other nature's contributions to people, and impedes achievements of numerous sustainable development goals. That's one of the many key messages we had there. What we also did, we went a bit into detail in case studies, for example, irrigated rice terraces in forests in Southeast Asia, where we tried to look at the different, let's say, components in relation to climate change, biodiversity conservation these systems might have. So first, forest is habitat for rare species. If you have terrace areas, for example, which are, let's say, maintained through forests on the upper elevations, you have carbon sequestration in the forests, but you have CH4 emissions through paddy fields, of course. It's kind of trade-off. You have water source for irrigation, you have biocontrol of rice pests, which I'll come into in a moment. You're stabilizing the food supply and avoids chemical pollution. And of course, sense of place and other, let's say, traditional customs are quite important in many of these Southeast Asian settings. These are landscapes like this one, very extreme one in the higher altitude. That's now the Luzon, Philippines. And this system is maintained through, let's say, permanent water supply, which requires permanent forest cover in higher elevations, which again leads to high diversity conservation in these higher elevations, lots of endemic species. And also here you have agroecology-wise a very high set of, very high diversity of species in these rice paddies. So rice fields which are not treated with pesticides have, for example, a higher number of insects than our native beech forests in Europe have, for example. Just as a comparison, the diversity is higher in this agroecosystem than some of the natural systems due to many reasons. We did some work here on diversification. This is kind of landscape transformation in Vietnam. We try to, let's say, impose or let's say initiate different kinds of flower strips with the logic behind to find food resources for natural enemies of rice pests. So in such settings, you don't need any pesticides, any insecticides, because natural enemy complexes are quite good and quite efficient. And we also try to communicate this. So these are the organisms we're talking about. And we try to bring across the message. So it's very hard to bring across things like egg parasitism to farmers. So we took the examples, the nephews and niches, in a kind of simple taxonomy of these animals, which are the bees. So why do we use bees? They are larger, bigger, easier to observe, and well known, of course. And farmers are taught to observe the bee populations indicators of parasitism for rice pests, which works quite nicely, actually. To bring this across, we did entertainment education. We had 20 series of soap operas, which showed the daily life of people combined with ecology of rice fields, and tried to bring across all these messages, which was quite successful. In the end, it was broadcasted in southern Vietnam in the television and abroad at the best time of the day. And after, you could also observe the reduction of application of pesticides. But of course, you have to repeat this every half a year, otherwise the knowledge just fades away and other interests are there who have different, let's say, information. And this led to some kind of, let's say, headline here in Science: Vietnam turns back a tsunami of pesticides. It's a very intensively used pesticide application here in southern Vietnam, but in other places in the same area, we don't have any of them. And if you compare this, the yields are never lower in those without pesticides than those with pesticides. Sometimes they're even higher. And of course, not to count the expenses you have for pesticides and also the health issues which are related to that one. This was one of the pictures here. So it's about bringing across the message of this diversification, about the beauty of landscape, but especially about the ecological function which is performed by this kind of activities. Last two slides. In the last AR6 climate report, IPCC Working Group 2, there's also many indications of our topic, and one is this one in the SPM C2.2, agroecological principles and practices, and other approaches that work with natural processes support food security, nutrition, health and well-being, livelihoods and biodiversity, sustainability and ecosystem services with high confidence. So this is quite an important statement also from the IPCC, which is based on the IPCC IPBES joint report, but here it has the official blessing through the SPM process and through the COP, which was taking place early this year. That's all for a moment, just to set the scene. Thank you very much.
In the presentation on sustainable agriculture, and now I would like to ask Ms. Fato to give her presentation. That was the first one, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Ms. Fato,
Yes.
the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Fatumar. I'm the Land Department Coordinator from the Sahara and Sahel Observatory. And thanks for the organizers. Thanks, DJ. Thanks, Lily, for involving us on this very, very important meeting. At OSS, we are not a research institute, but we use a lot of production from the researcher. And also, through our different intervention, we produce in the field, we produce a lot of data that the researcher use that can be fed of the research scales. Now let's start. OSS is an international organization with African vocations. We have 26 African member countries. Also, we have all the northern member countries and regional organization, partners, and other NGOs, civil societies. We have our African vocation at Sahara and Sahel Observatory. What are our different missions and services? It is to support African countries to the sustainable management of natural resources in the context of particular vulnerable climate change. With implementation of multilateral agreement on desertification, biodiversity, and climate change. Also, we promote regional and international initiatives related to Africa's environmental challenges. And also, we define some concepts of harmonization of approaches and methodologies related to sustainable natural resource management. And we define also the platform of North-South-South partnership, interface of science and policy articulation, and also the development from tools that for our country members. So our 2030 strategy is to support these country members to implement their sustainable development policies with a scientific and technical program integrated. The first one is the land program. It is sustainable land management and mitigation of the effect of drought. The second one is contribute of the satisfaction of water needs through integrated management tools. And the third one is the climate department. It is strengthening the resilience of population and ecosystem and the biodiversity development of tools for the assessment of biodiversity and ecosystem services. These four axes are, and also we have cross-cutting program. It is monitoring and forecasting, communication and information, and capacity building. That is really aligned what we are talking about here in this COP15, because when the GBF, we need to have tools, we need to support African country members for these different thematics. Some Africa's in numbers, for a lot of publication, we saw that Africa is a special and abundant biodiversity. Some numbers here, for example, 20% of all species of mammal, birds, and plants. Many regions center of endemic of endangered species and indigenous and local knowledge for sustainable development in Africa. And here in the map, you can see that we have different biomes in the continent. Also here, just some reminds that Africa, the biological wealth and diversity of Africa ecosystem generates goods and services that are indispensable to meet the needs of the populations. Here some numbers. For example, 93 freshwater of inland ecological region, 14 of the continental land surfaces of the sea are protected area. That is very relevant to highlight it, but for the next, we can see Africa also are facing of many challenges in the regional levels. In the scientific publication, we can see that the increase and intensification of extreme event warming, evaporation, evapotranspiration, frequency of extreme rainfall events, drying and degradation of soil, acidification, erosion, etc. This combination of physical challenges, water scarcity, poverty, food security due to unstable land use that limit capacity and governance may be to be improved. This all showed us, despite its undeniable potential, biodiversity is disappearing in Africa. And according to the different sciences, we can see that between the preservation of biodiversity and population growth, Africa stands at a crossroad in the implementation of the GBF post-2020. We need to discuss on these different points because it is very critical from our side. How should we scaling up and measuring sustainability? When we talk about food security in Africa, it is very important to link that Africa may use this potential that we have because population growing. It is very important to highlight this. At OSS side, we can we can share some experiences. Here we put some example. For example, the Great Green Wall is really an implementing transforming program. And at Sahara and Sahel Observatory, we are in the beginning of this program, and we think that it is one of the most important Pan-African program to combat land degradation in the Sahara and Sahel region, integrated food security and resilience to climate change. We all know that the Green Build approach is also now to integrated ecosystem management approach. The link between the Great Green Wall and the targets that we are talking about here. When we talk about social ecological resiliences, global agenda, sustainable use, ecosystemic services, and we have a look quickly on the 5 pillars that minister and African countries developed, we see that we can fit on the GBL. We have investment in small and medium enterprises and strengthening of value chains, local markets, land restoration and sustainable ecosystem management, climate resilience, and also capacity building. This is really relevant and important for Africa to food security. Also, at the Sahara and Sahel Observatory, we can share some implementing transformative projects, for example, to harness the potential of remote sensing for agricultural research and decision-making to achieve food security in Africa. Also, while with the climate change is here, we need also to improve current monitoring and early warning systems in Africa. It is really critical and important also. How we can also scaling up and measuring sustainability, we need to develop tools, multi-thematic mapping product, geospatial database, for example. We need to have platform with geospatial, tools for planning and monitoring evaluation for the biodiversity element and dynamics. Also, these tools can allow to support national biodiversity strategy, the NBSAP, and to assist country members of the implementation of the CBD 2020 strategy, 2030 strategy. Also to contribute on the implementation of the national framework of their integration in the GBF and also develop capacity building for decision maker. This point is very critical and important, the capacity building. Here we would like to share some experiences we have done during these years. It is to mobilize different stakeholders. Here, for example, it was during 2020, it was during the Desertif Action, which organized by the civil society, and we produced different papers around agroecology. And during this national workshop, we learn a lot from the civil society, from the local population. And really, we would like to invite you to go in our website to have a look on the different papers that come from the civil society, from the local population. That was really interesting for us to know what are the different experiences, what they have to share with us. Just for the final thought, we think that the ecosystem assessment for the Agenda 2030 is based on assessment of the ecosystem evolution and its impact on human being. For this, it's more than even necessary to lay off the scientific foundation for the action required. And some points that we highlighted is the strengthening scientific and technical tools, and based on the experiences, build solid and sustainable model to support the countries. It is also very important to give priority of the most accessible system for better interaction between the different stakeholders, also to support African countries to monitor their indicator. It is very, very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pato, for giving a review on the agricultural challenges and opportunities in Africa. And now I would like to invite Dr. Alexandros Gasparatos to deliver his presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Good morning. I will try to give some of my reflections working on commodity crop production and small-scale aquaculture in the Global South. So I will come with a little bit different perspective, a little bit more academic perspective, to reflect a little bit about scaling up and measuring sustainability. My first big project is about a decade running now. It's about commodity crop production in sub-Saharan Africa. We started with sugarcane and jatropha production, and then we continued with cotton, tobacco, cocoa, oil palm, different types of production systems. And this is going to give some insights about how to navigate trade-offs between dimensions of sustainability when measuring sustainability performance. This is how a project looks like. This is a big jatropha plantation in Swaziland. We're talking about very high modification of the landscape, a combination of agricultural land, primary forest, secondary forest, that is destroyed, that is converted mainly to some sort of commodity crop production. When you go and you start talking to people on the ground, when you are doing participatory mapping or focus group discussion, this is what you see. You see that the modification of the landscape is affecting the delivery of ecosystem services. Simplification of the landscape, of course, men and women are being affected in different ways, this is the reality. Whenever you are deciding to have large-scale production of these crops, you are entering into some sort of these types of trade-offs. But this is what happens on the other hand. Some of them might reduce poverty, can increase income, might affect food security. So we are entering in this kind of very interesting trade-offs between different groups with different types of involvement in commodity crop production. Even when you study certification standards are an approach, a mechanism to increase somehow the sustainability of production of commodity crops. Even if you are having the same standard, chances are that it's going to be promoted in different ways and it's going to be adopted in different ways. So this is some of the work we have been doing in Ghana with cocoa and oil palm smallholders. And the same certification standards are being promoted in different ways in the different communities, the smallholders. And interestingly, when they are being adopted, it's highly likely they're going to perform in different ways. So we published 2 papers, one on income and productivity and the other one on food security. Same people, same questionnaire. And what we see is that while income is increasing and productivity is increasing, food security is being unaffected. So you are entering again into some sort of very interesting situations that you are promoting something that you are expecting to have the same performance, but is not. So why do I say all of these things? So the gist of this, let's say, 10-year research that we have done in about 20 study sites across Africa, different crops, different systems, is that despite some similarities between and within commodity crops and production models, the actual landscape modification, environmental impact, and socioeconomic outcomes depend significantly between spatial scales, beneficiary groups, and geographical contexts. Despite some broad similarities within the same group of production model, I don't think there is a typical production system for a given crop that has exactly the same performance between geographical settings. And the same sustainability instrument might be promoted in totally different ways and have totally different outcomes across sustainability dimension. The question is, what do we do about that? We have to generalize, we have to find general rules. And this is what the reality on the ground. We might be discussing at the global level, but eventually a lot of these things are being implemented locally. And the local realities are very, very context specific. Of course, we have to generalize. Of course, we have to find some sort of ways, to measure sustainability across different contexts. But in my opinion, this variability has significant implications about when we try to generalize and seek options to enhance the sustainability of the production of crop X, put there sugarcane or cotton or cocoa or whatever, or class of crops, put in there, I do not know, oil seeds or sugar crops or whatever. In spatial scale Z, put there local scale, different trade-offs compared to the national, compared to the international. So this is what we are working in. This is where we try to have some sort of rationality and make some sort of sense. The second type of projects that I'm working is small-scale aquaculture production in Bangladesh and Myanmar. While the first part of projects were academic research, so it was basically my postdoc and my first projects at university, so my first big grants. For this, we're working with an international organization. And what we try to do with this international organization is to understand the local variability in technology adoption, to help them understand how they can scale up biodiversity-based solutions or sustainable management solutions. I'm going to give an example. We work now in a very big project. They want to release an improved strain of tilapia in Bangladesh. 80% of aquaculture production in Bangladesh, which is one of the top 3 countries in the world, is carp. Carp, not tilapia. So we have to go there and try to understand what happens on the ground. Because, okay, you are going to start promoting this thing, but are we having homogeneity within the producers? Or is there any sort of difference when it comes to how they perform or how they are? So this is, we just analyzed this data, like last week, we just finished the analysis. This is 4.5 thousand households of carp-dominated households, and we identify 4 clusters, very different production models, and these people, I'm almost sure we have not done the choice experiment yet, analyze it, I'm almost sure they're gonna have totally different acceptance for an improved strain of aquaculture, of fish, that it's supposed to be the main fish that they're producing. This is something that we're working in Myanmar. We're going there and we're trying to understand small-scale farmers, less than 0.5 acres, how is their production system? When we are talking about 0.5 acres, you expect very high homogeneity. I mean, it's not that you go from 0 hectares to 10 hectares that you expect to see very big heterogeneity. So we expect to see very low heterogeneity here. But what we see is the first 2, the bar charts, they show basically totally different polyculture models that are being adopted and better management practices. The networks down there shows that you have totally different combinations, even within 1,000 people that we surveyed, less than 5 hectares. And the things on the right, they show performance of this combination of production models for 6 sustainability outcomes: aquaculture yield, aquaculture profitability, nitrogen use efficiency, phosphorus use efficiency, fish self-consumption, and dietary diversity. So food security, livelihoods, environmental performance. So what is the gist of all of this again? Again, in the areas that we are working with this international organization, we expect to have some sort of theoretically some sort of homogeneity. But even if we're expecting homogeneity, there is usually substantial differentiation in terms of technology adoption and performance. This implies totally different acceptabilities of biodiversity-based solutions. These are strains of fish, or good management practices. It means that there are different means and different constraints to adopt, sustain the adoption, and implement effectively such options. And there is different needs in terms of capacity and knowledge. How are you going to be tailoring your intervention? How are you going to be creating the messaging for them to adopt appropriately? If you have some people that are highly commercial and some that are very low commercial, but they have similar sizes of ponds that you do not know from the beginning, because usually you have a list of how many people there are, how big is the size of their ponds. So this variability in my mind has significant implications when trying to generalize how to scale up biodiversity-based solutions and or good management practices. Again, I sound very negative, it's very early in the morning, but I'm a little bit more academic. So, I mean, this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to make sense out of it. So this is the context that we try to promote or operationalize a lot of the things that we are discussing here at the global level. We're talking about sustainable use of biodiversity. Okay, but how it's going to be adopted totally different ways. It's going to be performing in totally different ways. We're talking about certification standards. They're going to be promoted in very different ways. They're going to be performing in totally different ways. So the question here is, what I ask myself and drink at night is, how do we make sense out of it? Because we have to make some sort of generalization out of it. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex, for the interesting presentation. So now I would like to invite Marie-Christine Cormillo-Salem from Agropolis Foundation, IRD. Okay. Maybe this should be fine.
Hello, everybody. My name is Marie-Christine Cormier-Salem. I am social scientist at IAD, the French Institute of Research for Sustainable Development, and I am too the director of Agropolis Foundation. Let me introduce the foundation. It is a private foundation of scientific cooperation funded in 2007 in Montpellier in France with 5 charter members. Public National Institution of Research and Training, CIRAD, IRD, INRAE, Institut Agro, and University of Montpellier. His main ambition is to promote agroecology and to address the global debate in connection with local realities. It structures a network of more than 41 units of research covering all the domains from 5 main domains, from genetics to agronomy and to science of food and not food system and social scientists. And it supports scientific excellence, but also interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity. And our strategy is organized to address 3 key SDGs: climate change, agrobiodiversity, and responsible production and consumption. And we try we support transformative research, sustainable research to face the crisis and the systemic crisis. And we have 3 high: international, interdisciplinary, and inclusiveness. And now we will jump, if I can say, and I will take the mangrove as an illustration of what we are discussing. And mangrove, we have a previous talk on mangrove, and the title says mangrove social ecosystems are at risk, not per se because they are threatened, but because they are still misunderstood. There are uncertain definition on and their delimitation also is not fixed. They are not an irreversible decline. The drivers, according to the context, are not the same, and there are controversial policies in terms of restoration and conservation. And I would like to highlight the risk of grabbing or grading and the risk of environmental injustice. There are still scientific uncertainties on the mangrove dynamic, and I would like to put in evidence that it is not a single forest. It is a complex ecosystem and complex socio-ecosystem inhabited by people that manage the mangroves, that control the mangroves, the access to mangrove. That we need assessment at relevant spatial scale and time span. And since 10 years, we can notice that there is a progression of mangrove according to the context and according to the time span. It is false to say there is an irreversible retreat and loss of mangrove areas. And according to the diagnostic, clearly, obviously, we will not have the same policies in terms of conservation of end use. And we have to promote interdisciplinary and intersectoral approaches and multi-scale analysis, and to fill the gap, since evidences from the ground for co-design mangrove scenarios and options. And I will illustrate with two opposite governance of mangrove areas. Here we have the example of a multiple use system that leads to resilience and justice. Multiple use, that means with different kind of practices, fishing, gathering, grazing, rice cultivation, and ponds, extensive ponds cultivating, with a combination of species use and a combination of actors, and also in combination in terms of space and in terms of calendar. It's a very resilient system because it is precisely it is based on the diversity of species, actors, and places, and it led to sustainable and fair system for the local people. On the contrary, you have a simplification of this multiple use system for protectionist purpose, restoration purpose, or extractivist purpose. And you have here two illustrations. On your left, the shrimp culture that has explodes in South Asian countries, but not only in South Asian countries. It is the main drivers of the retreat of mangrove. And it is a very good example of imported deforestation, because the shrimps that are produced with a lot of stuffed of antibiotics and feed with fish meal, the meal is imported from West African coast, for instance, and that's the reason the fish of the poor devours the fish of the rich. That leads to food insecurity for the people, for the small-scale fishers and the fisher folk in West Africa, because they have no more access to the very abundant and cheap fish that we used to call the blue fish, that are also very rich in terms of micronutrients. These fish are transformed into fish meals, and in terms of distribution, you can see also the perverse effect of not only production and consumption, but for sure distribution. So the fish are transformed into fish meal, and then they nourish the shrimps that are, after that, in our plate in North America or in European countries as shrimp. So it's a very good example of this kind of imported deforestation. And another example, this is the example of in the frame of RED+. It is a mystification because there is a lot of failure in terms of restoration and reforestation. In terms of carbon sequestration, there is a lack of reliable scientific quantitative data about mangrove ability to store carbon, and there are differences between replanted and recolonized areas with a lot of failure. Second, in terms of biological diversity, it is monosilviculture. Most often, it is a single replanted species, the Rhizophora. Also, for instance, in West Africa, there is 6 species. There is an equal success of replantation, and it is very difficult to to assess the effects of tree reforestation per se and mangrove natural regenerations. And there is scientific evidences now that replantation is nonsense, but we have to do what we call ecological restoration. That means to regenerate the hydrological, pedological conditions so that the mangrove can recolonize spontaneously the areas. And there is also very bad effects in terms of socio-cultural diversity. There is spatial competition between reforestation and other uses, competition also between seeds collectors, and it leads to environmental injustice, notably at the detriment of the women, because have no more access to mangrove forests and mudflats to collect oysters or cockles. They are not involved in the procedure, and there are no compensation for their loss of activities, and they are not recognized. Their knowledge and know-how are ignored, and they are marginalized and even excluded. And I would like to show also there is a positive solution, fair, desirable, and sustainable solution. Here you have an example of the different mangrove-based products: rice, honey, salt, smoked fish, dried fish, and it is a path to better value, to give more value to these mangrove-based products, and to set up certification scheme could be a path to sustainable and fair solution. There is also, we can discuss about that risk also, because this could be excluding. And to finish, I would like to give you some key messages. We have published a policy brief with the Global Alliance for the Future of Food and other coalition of actors. Food systems are the main drivers of biodiversity loss, and without transforming food system, we will not be able to reverse biodiversity loss. Agroecology is a system approach that has the power to achieve multiple biodiversity targets with substantial co-benefits across the SDG and across the 3 pillars of the CBD. We need biodiverse, resilient, and locally adaptable food systems that are most resilient to climate change and other shocks in the system. Agroecology is a missing piece of the puzzle. Without agroecology in the global biodiversity framework, we will miss the mark. It is critical to all 3 pillars of the CBD: conservation, sustainable use, and equity, and must be included in Target 10 of the global biodiversity framework. Some key additional messages: we have to remove perverse subsidies that destroy biodiversity, increasing financing for agroecology, for biodiversity conservation, sustainable use, and equity, have greater ambition for achieving biodiversity targets and for biodiversity justice, common but with differentiated responsibility. We have to promote biodiversity justice and ensure inclusive biodiversity governance, participation of key rights holders. We have to avoid false solutions and market-based, only for profit biodiversity trading schemes, offset credit schemes, including tools that fall often under nature-based solution. And finally, we have to have careful messaging about the pitfalls for 3030, the target for protected area, strengthening the global approach and support to indigenous and community conserved territories globally, and convivial conservation approaches. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Marie. And now I would like to invite the last presenter, but not least today. Okay. So I would like to invite Fabrice de Klerk, senior scientist from Alliance of Biodiversity International and International Center for Tropical Agriculture.
Do you know where it is? I emailed it to you.
You mean to me? It's different.
Sorry, guys, Macs don't have USB ports, which makes it hard to transfer presentations.
It's downloading. Just give me a minute.
So let me go ahead and maybe get started. My name is Fabrice de Klerk. It's really hard to be with most of you to my back, but it's great to see you here today. I'm a principal scientist with the Alliance of Biodiversity and CIAT and science director at EAT. And also the coordinating author for the food chapter in the BESA Nexus assessment. And so I want to emphasize that I think that Target 10, sustainable production, really is quite fundamental to the work that we're doing here. The narrative that we have around food production is that food is the primary driver of biodiversity loss. It's 80% biodiversity loss. It's 70% of freshwater consumption. It's 70+% of water pollution with nitrogen and phosphorus, amongst others. It's 30% of climate change. But all the evidence that we have really points that this is not necessary, and that agriculture can become a major solution to biodiversity, to water, and to food. So agriculture and food, which is our most intimate relationship with nature, transformation of natural landscape to produce food, and our most intimate relationship with human health, is currently failing on both of those. Right? Food is the primary driver of premature mortality globally, and we'll speak a little bit about that. The narrative that we have around food is one that has been antagonistic for much too long, and still today you will be confronted with colleagues in agriculture who suggest that feeding 10 billion people is not compatible with CBD goals. And even in the Geneva meeting preparing for this conference, we had countries which stood up and said, we cannot do sustainable production, we cannot do conservation because it compromises food nutrition security. And I think it's really important that we as a community step up and really call out that fallacy and recognize that there's a very large opportunity space in food production that allows us to address these challenges. Thank you so much, Lily. Great. So here we go. So what I'd like to propose to you is that it's not spare or share, but a whole earth approach to a framework to biodiversity conservation is that we spare at least half and that we must share the rest. The 5 points that we'll want to make today is one, that biodiversity is intricately linked with food and agriculture, that healthy diets require dietary diversity, and the number one driver of poor dietary health today is low dietary diversity, and that's across all 3 forms of malnutrition, not just one. That agriculture must recognize that it has an obligation to goal A, that agriculture must challenge itself with halting expansion into intact ecosystems, sparing space for biodiversity, and that this is critical for maintaining a stable climate, maintaining hydrological cycles, as well as halting biodiversity loss. Fourth, that agriculture must share space with biodiversity, and I think we need to remind ourselves that the spare-share debate is a conservation biology model, but that those of us who work in agroecology work on functional ecology and recognize that biodiversity provides functions, not just species to be conserved. And finally, that transforming food systems requires investments and reimagination. So just as a reminder that when we talk about biodiversity, we are talking about not just loss of species, but loss of function. This is a fantastic image from Shahid Naeem from 2012, looking at change in biodiversity across 3 major biomes. And what he signals is that, yes, of course, there's loss of species, but more important, that loss of species means loss of function. And those functions are both global functions in terms of climate regulation, but also highly localized functions. When we published the Lancet Commission in 2019, we provided what we called a planetary health diet, or a reference diet. Less attention received, however, to the planetary boundaries of food that we proposed around nitrogen, around phosphorus, around freshwater use, around biodiversity loss and land systems change. What's different about the biodiversity boundary here is that the biodiversity boundary is both an objective target, halting biodiversity loss, but you also recognize that what we do with biodiversity on land decides whether or not we bring food within the nitrogen, phosphorus, and water boundaries. And so biodiversity is not just an objective, but is a means to an end. I want to emphasize that the food issue is an enormous and a very real challenge. But this is Mexico, looking at the global burden of disease data from 2009 and 2019. what you have is the top 10 primary drivers of premature mortality in Mexico. Looking at change across those 10 years, 7 of those factors are diet, starting with diabetes, number 1, 46% increase over the past decade. High body mass index, or obesity, 46% increase over the past 10 years. Malnutrition remaining number 7, dropping 33%, but you have a country that's challenged with overconsumption of unhealthy foods and still challenged with malnutrition. You look at these figures from the Global Burden of Disease and you find the same thing in almost all countries. Food is the primary driver of premature mortality globally. When we look at what we're consuming, we recognize that we know what a healthy diet is, but that globally we're overconsuming red meat by 188%. Globally, we're overconsuming tubers, potatoes, by 193%. We put a lot of emphasis on the meat message, but it's not the most important one. What you should see in this figure is that all those foods that are protective, whole grains, fruits, vegetables, seeds, nuts, are underconsumed. And while the meat challenge is a highly localized one, a challenge to reduce overconsumption primarily in developed economies, there's universal underconsumption of fruits, nuts, vegetables, and protective foods. We must put more attention to this need to increase. The primary drivers of premature mortality from food consumption come from high sodium in diet, but look at the next ones. Apologies for the typo. Low whole grains, number 2. Low fruits, number 3. Low nuts and seeds, number 4. Low vegetables, number 5. Low seafood, number 6. Low fiber, number 7. Low polyunsaturated fatty acids, number 8. Low legumes, number 9. Low food diversity is the primary driver of premature mortality related to food. We as a diversity community need to embrace this message and call out that the challenge for 2030 is to increase the production of those foods that are underconsumed globally, increase the production and the consumption, which is highly compatible with agroecology. High red meat is the last one at the bottom, which you can't see, which is a dietary health challenge, but not as much as increasing the healthy diets. Many diets for many people. This is not a uniform diet. There's huge scope for cultural diversity. This is not about saying everyone must eat Mediterranean. This is about adjusting the proportions of the foods across those food groups in our diets, using the diversity species that are near and dear to our cultures and to our places. Second main message is that agriculture must spare remaining intact land and wilderness areas. This is our map of the intact areas globally. The good news, which I think many of us don't understand, is that 50% of the globe today remains intact. 50% is intact. We are at half Earth today. It's not evenly distributed. 69% of our ecoregions have less than 50%. 25% of our ecoregions have less than 1%. But half Earth is the baseline for 2020. So while we call for 30 by 30, I think we should remind ourselves that we have 50. We'll often get told that a zero land conversion target is not possible because it compromises food security. Ample evidence that this is not the case. David Tillman showed this in 2012. Marco Springman showed this in 2019. David Leclerc repeated it in 2022. Shifting what foods we consume and changing away from this notion that we have to increase production by 60%, which is based on an economic model transitioning to unhealthy Western diets, by the way, is not the baseline we should be looking at. We should be asking about how do we transition to healthy diets, and we recognize when we do that, that conserving biodiversity and preserving dietary health are synergistic rather than antagonistic. I think we need to embrace that message much more carefully. The third one that I want to highlight as we wrap up is that we need to share land, we should share space for biodiversity in agriculture. Great paper by Lucas Garibaldi and many others. And Joseph, you referred to this in the YPBES report as well. We need to maintain at least 20% embedded nature within agriculture. Nature is what allows us to produce food. I think we made a mistake in YPBES to call food an ecosystem service, because it's dependent on so many services. Pollination, pest control, nutrient cycling, water regulation are all what allows us to produce food. Below 20% in agriculture, we are no longer able to rely on the services. The question that we're confronted with on a daily basis, that regenerative agriculture is not possible because it compromises, again, food security is nonsense. And it's time that we shift that question. It's not whether regenerative production and food security is compatible, because clearly degenerative food production is not compatible with the global future. We should be asking ourselves, how do we make agriculture regenerative? Ample evidence by this fantastic work by Tamburini that shows that there are ways to produce food in a way that is nature positive without compromising yield. These are the production practices, the diversity production practices that we should be scaling, and we should stop wasting our time asking whether it's possible and start working on how to make it possible. Finally, I want to emphasize that agroecology is an ecological science that focuses on the contribution of biodiversity, on enhancing the generation of ecosystem services to and from agriculture with the aim of regenerating these services. All too often, people are comparing agroecology to regenerative to organic. They're not the same thing. Agroecology is the study of biodiversity in agriculture to regenerate services. Organic is one means by which you do that. And there are many, many other means of doing that as well that I think we need to embrace as a community. The way that we should be objectifying or targets on regenerative should be based on whether we can halt nitrogen and phosphorus pollution, halt land expansion, maintain production, and improve freshwater quality. When we look at integrity, which are our analysis of lands that have at least 20% per square kilometer in agricultural lands, the dark green is intact regions, we find that 33% of our lands globally, 30% of agricultural lands, excuse me, do not have sufficient biodiversity to secure food production functions. These are lands where there's not enough proximate, high-quality habitat to ensure pollination, pest control, and other key ecosystem services. We can look at these in my last figure. We can look at these in two axes. How much intact nature remains? What's the integrity of that nature? We can map this by country. We can map this by ecoregion. We can map this by country ecoregion. What we find is that by doing this, we actually have targets which we can look at a national level that provide guidance, that highlight when we're in major risk. The lower left-hand corner are areas with low integrity and low intactness. 17% of lands globally do not have enough intact or integrous biodiversity to maintain function. This should be raising significant alarm. In contrast, we find that there are significant lands that have either high integrity or high intactness. And I think here, going back to Alexander's presentation, we find this notion of many ways of knowing, many worldviews, many ways in which communities have adapted, have managed landscapes in order to maintain biodiversity, whether intact or manage to maintain those functions. As a community, it's that space in that blue box that we should be embracing, and I hope that we are able to scale up. With that, thanks for your attention. I look forward to the discussions and conversations.
Thank you very much, Fabrice. And now I would like to invite Pierre Visconti from International Institute for Applied System Analysis.
It's just this one. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Thanks very much. So the context for this work is a project that YAS has been leading with UNEP WCMC and Eurocare in Europe, funded by the European Commission, DG Environment. The idea there is essentially to move from science being agenda setting, like in the bending the curve study that you've seen multiple times we've referenced here, to be involved more in the policy design, effectively stress testing policies that are under negotiation radar before they are enacted. You've probably seen this figure before. Depending on how you define natural area or semi-natural areas, there is somewhere between 30 and 50% of the world that is considered natural or semi-natural. And if you look at the future, this proportion is going to go down. So when the CBD Secretariat says that the CBD post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework is a whole government initiative, we really need to take this seriously. Like, there's clearly not one single target that can actually reduce the pressure that we are exerting on land and oceans. All the speakers before me stressed the fact that we need to think about target 10, but in fact, I would say there are many other enablers, and I'm going to discuss them in turn in a second. There's been a few global studies recently that have been looking at ways in which we can effectively reduce the footprint of food production systems. Each of them are looking at different levers. For instance, the first one on the top has been looking at sustainable intensification and really took a kind of a land-sparing approach, if you like. How do we make space for nature by producing more food with less amount of land? The one on the bottom instead has been looking at synergies between target 1, integrated spatial planning, conservation, target 3, so protected areas, and target 10. There has been also other studies that have been published recently. The one on the top, led by Paul Ledley, has been more conceptual and more sort of a science knowledge synthesis. And you see from this Sankey diagram how really everything is integrated. The one at the bottom where I was involved instead is effectively looking at target 1 and 3 together and in isolation, and asking the question, how do we operationalize integrated spatial planning? And under business as usual food production and consumption patterns, can we really make much space for nature or not? All of this is great and kind of, again, is agenda setting, is global analysis that are interesting and possibly useful, but they don't really go down to the level of detail that policymakers need to understand these things to actually do practical decisions. So now that we have understood and appreciated that there are some kind of key enablers, exactly what are they and how are they relevant for the EU policies, which I'm going to discuss in a second. So in the EU, we talk a lot about the land use and forestry sectors and how we can harness synergies between essentially improving the natural carbon sink from emission reductions and removal in the agriculture and forestry sectors without having negative impact on biodiversity. What are the synergies there? Another big one is, again, in the context of the GBF, is target 10. And then I will also highlight these other two. Again, the European Union has effectively been 2 years ahead of most other parties of the convention, because in 2020 they did approve a comprehensive package of policies and strategies that effectively enact the global biodiversity framework. The three in red are the ones that are more relevant for this discussion, and here are kind of the main overarching targets of each of these three policy packages. For the EU biodiversity strategy, you see it talks about restoration. So in the GBF language, target 2, it talks about protection, target 3. It talks about reversing some specific functional groups to provide ecosystem services like pollinators. And the interesting aspect of this is that it is clearly designed to be synergistic with other agenda. If you look at, for instance, the establishing biodiversity-rich landscape features on 10% of farmland, you're going to see it again in a second in another policy package. And the same is true for the Fit for 55 package, which stands for how do we make European Union fit to reduce emissions by 55% in 2030 compared to what it was in 1990. Again, you'll see a repetition. The protect old growth and primary forest is also a target of the EU biodiversity strategy. So you see different directorate generals and different ministries effectively in different sectors having the same common goal. And finally, farm to fork strategy. These are just some targets of the farm to fork strategy. You see, again, some repetitions with the EU biodiversity strategy: organic farming, reduce of nutrient losses and fertilizer use, and so on. This is all great, but how exactly is taken up by member states and by national and subnational agencies in terms of specific management actions? You've seen this figure before. Unfortunately, the creditor is hidden by that. Again, I stress to credit the graphic designer that did this, Adam Islam. This study has been fantastic because it really elevated the agenda of bending the curve. But to move to actually help countries implementing the global biodiversity framework, we need to go from this more caricaturesque scenarios to something that really speaks about the policies that are enacted. And there are several challenges in doing so. Effectively, what we need to do is we move from the left-hand side of this graph to the right-hand side, in which we really try to mimic as closely as possible the decisions that policymakers are doing, which are much more refined than what most of our models can do. And the kind of questions that then we start asking, it might not be as scientifically interesting and blue sky and novel as scientists would wish, but these are the questions that policymakers want to ask. So they basically challenge scientists in thinking in different ways and effectively co-design the research questions with policymakers. And this is some of the questions that we answer in this project. I'm not going to read them all, but to give you an idea, these are very, very practical policy questions that face the European Commission. You probably have seen there was an editorial piece in Nature that was criticizing the Fit for 55 package for not being biodiversity friendly. We're now revising those analyses to look at exactly what it means to be biodiversity friendly when you reduce emissions in the forest and agricultural sectors. The kind of scenarios that we are looking at are first reference scenarios, essentially what happens to emission reductions and removals and biodiversity if we don't do anything in addition to what were the pre-2020 climate commitments. Another one is that is applying the climate law and the Fit for 55 package without additional conservation restoration measures, so these in isolation from the EU biodiversity strategy. Another series of scenarios instead do the opposite, basically leave the climate ambition as before 2020 and then implement restoration and protection. And finally, a family of different scenarios that actually integrate both together. And I talk about a family of scenarios because you can then start modulating things. For instance, we have goals about planting 3 billion trees or doing more afforestation. There is infinite number of ways in which this can be implemented and infinite numbers of impacts this could have on species and ecosystems. That's why I talk about a bundle, a family of scenarios, because we can modulate things such as the amount of rewetting versus afforestation, the geography of these initiatives, and so on. The balance between timber harvest from standing trees versus deadwood, and so on. One of the challenges that we face in this is that we really had to rethink the kind of models that have been used in the past to look at agriculture, science and policy, and climate science. The big block at the middle is two partial equilibrium economic models that have been extensively used to advise the Commission for what concerns agriculture policy and climate policies. They were not designed to work with biodiversity data. They are poorly thematically resolved and poorly spatially resolved. And so the one challenge that we had is essentially how do we adapt them to provide the spatial and thematic resolution that we need to have to be thinking about biodiversity intactness, mean species abundance, species richness, as well as conservation status of individual species. And similarly, the kind of biodiversity models that we had were not necessarily designed to address some of these questions. These are some of the indicators that often you see in the scientific literature. They are very relevant and complementary to each other. But actually, in the EU policies, these are the kind of stuff that you see. You want to know about the conservation status of individual species that are in the annex of the directives. as well as these other indicators. I don't expect people to read all of them, but these are the things that you see in the MACE ecosystem assessment accounting and in European policy documents. So if we want to be relevant, we have to measure the things that are in the policy documents. Otherwise, we are interesting but not particularly useful. And this was a challenge for the ecologists in these projects. The other challenge that we are facing is not just on the biodiversity modeling, but again on the climate modeling. Not only the spatial and thematic resolution has to be improved, but also the specific dynamics that are simulated. So first we have to comply with historical data and make sure that we can hindcast past trajectories so that we are somewhat trustworthy when we present our results. And then we need to think about exactly what is done at the stand level in terms of management, instead of having more phenomenological simulations about forest management. So what exactly are landowners and foresters thinking about when they manage the forest? These are the kind of things that we need to simulate. And the same with agriculture. Otherwise, there is a mismatch between what our models can simulate and what the policy discussion and the action management options are. Again, challenges that must be met if we are talking about science and policy interaction. And the last one is, the diversity of people that are involved. This is all the ones that are involved in this project. There is geographers, economists, land system scientists, people that are more involved in science policy interface, and we have a steering committee made exclusively of policymakers. This is challenges in many ways, like different languages, different assumptions, different understanding, different time frames. But if we want to stay relevant, these are the kind of things that we want to influence, especially in a dynamic landscape such as food policies and biodiversity policies in Europe. So to summarize, the take-home messages are that when we talk about implementing targets 1, 2, 3, 10, and so on the GBF, there are, first of all, there is no easy win-wins. There are trade-offs, and these trade-offs only become apparent when you do integrated assessment modeling. Secondly, there are clearly different implementing agencies. So there will be different ministries and local agencies that are involved in this, which include different planning and implementation processes, different data sets that require standardizations. And these, again, are challenges. I mentioned this before, limited capacity and knowledge for integrated assessment. How do we know if we are actually addressing trade-offs and synergies if we don't simulate these policies in silica together and have multiple analysis, not just looking at biodiversity or not just looking at emission reductions or food production, all of them together. But there is limited capacity and knowledge to do so. And finally, for us scientists, again, a different time frame. Policymakers need an answer tomorrow, and we like to spend 3 years doing our stuff. We use different languages. We pose different questions because we want to publish in Science and Nature, and these are the ones that are more catchy, but not necessarily the most useful and interesting. And we have different assumptions. And with that, I thank you all for the attention.
Thank you very much, Piero, and thank you very much to all 6 speakers. So we had actually a set of 6 very interesting and comprehensive presentation in the thematic area of sustainability and food system, and across in the different contexts like industrial crop production, food crop production in Africa, aquaculture and mangrove areas, and also in the very a broad perspective, starting from the local context to global context, from the perspective of policymakers, local stakeholders, and from the perspective of the academician and policymakers. So due to quite limited time, but we could take one question from the floor. Otherwise, I would also have quite many burning questions to the all speakers. So I would just give the priority to the floor. So please, if you could come close to the microphone.
My question is on agroecology.
We can.
So you made very important points on that. You made very important points on the promotion of agroecology and why it should not be under the nature-based solutions, why Red Plus wouldn't be a good solution as well. But we need financing for agroecology. So my question is, what specific agroecological solutions would you suggest, which needless to say it should be good for climate change, because whatever we do in agroecology is anyways a good practice for climate change, but it should not compromise food security. It should be it should be easy to access public or private finance for that solution, and it should also contribute to farmer livelihoods or increase in the income of the farmers. What are those specific agroecological solutions?
Thank you very much. And if you could tell your name and your affiliation.
I'm Himangana Gupta from United Nations University, Tokyo.
Thank you very much, Himangana. Then who would like to take this question first? Yes, Marie, please.
Yes, there are already a lot of agroecological solutions at the local level. Probably the challenge is to ensure the transition from empirism, local initiative to global scale. It is a question of scaling up because per se by nature, the agroecology are yes, there are practices. It is at the beginning, it was a social movement. It is a farmers' practices. So it's very difficult to transfer one and to not to take into account the local context. But nevertheless, we can have yes, we can have generic ideas and solutions. We can transfer from one place to another places, but always taking into account the local context, but respecting the principles of the agroecology.
Thank you, Marie. And would you like anyone add anything to this question? Yes, Joseph, please.
I didn't see this as a kind of contradiction between agroecology and nature-based solutions. It depends very much on which context. That's how I understood you, at least. But I think if we could put in this agroecology based on already existing documents, which I've shown in the EPAS Global Assessment, for example, for the Target 10, as the CBD is now, let's say, welcomes the results of this global assessment, we can make use of this and really push to have this term at least somewhere really visible in the Target 10 somewhere. That would be something I would really think is very important to go for, also for you as a kind of idea from this morning.
Thank you, Joseph. And if there's any other comments to respond to this question? If not, I think it's also time to close for us. It's just 10:30. It's just our schedule end of this session. So again, big applause to the all presenters today and to the audience that you could make to this room. And we apologize for this quite sudden change of the room. So, but anyway, thank you so much. And I hope to see you in the coming session.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the moderation. And the following session has a lot to do with this session, which is in production and consumption. And I heard several of you were talking about that. So please stay in the room for the next, we have coffee break, of course, but we can continue in this discussion in the next session. So thank you. And sorry for this change of room. It was not in our hands.
Yes, thank you, Lily. So thank you, everyone. So please stay for the next session with us.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, Eve, can you please try to talk again? Thank you.
Okay.
Hello?
Works, thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. This is the session on production and consumption, public policies, and the private sector. So the idea of this session is to explore the feasibility of the proposed targets on the GBF 15 and 16, and explore several aspects that need to be taken into consideration when promoting, for instance, the zero deforestation commodity supply chain and the standards, the concepts like telecoupling, traceability, and others that are being proposed and sometimes already implemented, but to construct better policies, and also how we can measure and report so to implement the global biodiversity framework. And also we need to refer to other fora like the Climate Change Convention or the SDG, and all the relationships that will contribute to the sustainable use of biodiversity, but also to sustainable development and mitigation and adaptation to climate change. So I'm very happy to announce the speakers. First, we have Vivian Valencia. She is a professor at the University of Research in the Sustainable Agriculture and Climate Action Chair. So please, Vivian. Yes, that.
Can we make it that screen look like that screen?
Okay, sure. So then we need to keep this.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, hello, is this good? Okay, well, good morning still, everyone. My name is Vivian Valencia, as Lily introduced me. I'm research chair in Sustainable Agriculture and Climate Action at Bishop's University, and today I'm going to present a little bit about public procurement. And when I say public procurement, I feel like people think, oh gosh, a boring talk is about to happen. But no, I promise you, public procurement is very exciting, and it's actually a tool that has been underutilized, that has great potential for systems change. But before I start my talk, I wanted to make 3 points to give some context for what I'm going to show you. And I'm going to show you public procurement in the context of food systems and changing food systems. This connects a little bit to some of the points that were made in the prior session when we spoke about agroecology and the importance of agroecology, and also how we need funding mechanisms and ways to make agroecology viable and scalable. So the first point I want to make is that the 30 by 30 target is great. That's awesome, but it's insufficient because, as we know, most biodiversity already exists and will have to survive outside of protected areas in what's highly modified landscapes. And most of these landscapes are actually agricultural. The other point is, as it was acknowledged within the 30 by 30 target, is that these protected areas cannot be operated in isolation, or we cannot think of them as in isolation. They have to work in a network. They have to be well connected in order for them to really conserve biodiversity. That means that the role of the matrix is key. The matrix is the land that surrounds these protected areas. And again, this matrix is mostly agricultural land. So the quality of this matrix is vital for making these protected areas viable so that species can cross but also survive within the matrix. And the third point that I want to make is that we need policies and tools that have a deep leverage point that can really change things. So right now during coffee break, we were discussing like taxation on sugar and things like that, that don't really change systems, don't change habits, don't change people, don't change anything really. So we need things, policies, tools that can actually shift systems, because that's what we need to move forward, actually a systemic change. So within this need for deep leverage points, I want to present to you public procurement. So again, a tool for systems change, and in particular, this is based, so we can conceptualize it as being based within the market demand-driven incentive. So this is also a way to realign production and consumption patterns. And it has a large leverage point because it's based on the large purchasing power of the state. And although I'm presenting it as public procurement and as purchases from the state or governments, this can also apply to any large actor that can create a large demand. So the World Food Program, Nestle, anyone that, that can create a significant purchasing demand. And this restructures market via something that's called structured demand. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about what that is. And I'm going to give you a specific example, as I said, in food systems based in my work in Brazil. And this also, as I said, touches on the financing and scaling, for example, for agroecology and practices like agroecology that sometimes lack sufficient financing and tools to help them scale. So again, it's an underutilized instrument, and just so that you conceptualize how big and important this is, most, like in terms of GDP, the GDP of a country can go anything between 5 and 20% in the purchasing services and products. So in terms of food public procurement, just think about all the public places where food is served, from schools, hospitals, prisons, the military. So then how a state or a government chooses to buy food has a big implications, right? They're choosing what type of food is being purchased, whether this is a local food from local systems, this is diverse, from whom, because they can choose to give priority to a small-scale farmers or women's group. And also they can say from what type of production system this food is coming from. So they can choose to give priority to food that is being produced in following agroecological practices or nature inclusive, climate friendly, whatever type of practice you want to prioritize. And as such, this very large purchasing power is an entry point for food systems transformation that affects all components of the food system, not only the production side, but also supply chain and food consumption. And it's a way to align with sustainability standards. So public procurement and the idea of green public procurement or sustainable public procurement is one that's been gaining a lot of interest, and not only for food procurement, but also for procurement of construction materials, textiles, and all that. Because governments and civil society, researchers, etc., have realized that we can align sustainability criteria to the way that governments or institutions procure or purchase things, right? So normally the way we think of public procurement is who can supply me the cheapest apple that I can serve in the school canteen? But this idea of sustainable public procurement is moving to think not of what's the cheapest apple I can find, but what's the apple I can find that I know was grown without causing deforestation and without employing child labor, and that it included marginalized groups like women. So you can add several criteria to the way you're purchasing this apple that you were going to buy anyways. And this has been recognized in SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. So there's a target that specifically addresses public procurement. So that's 12.7, promote public procurement practices that are sustainable in accordance with national policies and priorities. So also one thing that's been talked about here in COP is how can we build synergies with other frameworks and the SDGs and other conventions and so on. So I think we also need to not forget the SDGs, and also that some of the actions and goals and targets in other frameworks can also build synergies with this. So public procurement has already been recognized as one that can realign consumption and production so that it's more sustainable. And to this convention is also relevant because how we produce things obviously has implications for biodiversity. So what's the theory of change? How can institutional markets or public markets change food systems? So I'm going to show you 5 criteria that basically is what makes this a very powerful tool. So the first one is that is the provision, or that these markets provide a large, predictable, and reliable demand. So this type of public procurement programs, they're large, as I said, and they're predictable and reliable because there's commitments to the farmers, to the small-scale farmers that participate, that they will continue purchasing this in the months to come, in the year to come, every week, bi-weekly, or whatever. So the farmers know what's to come. So that makes it predictable and reliable, which, as you know, for a small-scale farmer and for many farmers, this is quite important because it reduces volatility and the predictability of many of these markets. It's a reliable source of income generation through the creation of favorable market conditions. Again, this is very important for the small-scale farmers, which are some of the type of, small-scale farmers are mostly what dominates sometimes is this matrix that I describe, and around these protected areas and inside some of these protected areas. So we've talked in other sessions about how some of these type of strategies align with providing livelihoods to people. So of course you need to be able to sustain a livelihood, and this type of institution is also, this type of policy is also a way of providing a reliable source of income generation. Price stabilization through establishment and negotiation of prices. So normally prices are negotiated and established with farmers or farmers associations or groups so that the price is fair and the price is stable. So we know that in the next year, this will be the price. So it's not like next week something happened and now the price drops. So this type of stabilization is also important for small-scale farmers who are often, responding to the volatility of markets. So one day the prices are up, one day they're down, and then this changes their decisions around how they manage forests, how they manage their land. Then to all this, you can add incentives or even requirements for meeting sustainability standards. So for the way you procure food, you can add, for example, a 30% premium for food that's being produced following organic or agroecological or whatever standards. And finally, by creating a demand specifically for diversified food, you are allowing or you're encouraging farmers to actually produce food, which may seem like a no-brainer, but most farmers are trapped with the commodity markets. They're growing corn, soybean, because those are the type of markets that are in the communities, the type of stable markets. So sometimes producing food, producing legumes, producing fruits, vegetables is not economically viable because there aren't many markets around. Perhaps just the farmer's market or a restaurant, and this is not a large demand, this is not reliable. So a demand for diversified products is not trivial. It's actually quite one of the key parts of how these public procurement policies have been designed in the context of food. And the 3 points that are in orange is what's called structured demand. I'm going to tell you a little bit about this example from Brazil because it's one of the key examples that has been looked around and studied for public procurement and how public procurement policies were redesigned to meet multiple objectives. So this is the Brazil School Lunch Program, PENAE, for its Portuguese acronym. So most countries, perhaps your own country, has a school lunch program. That's not new. Most countries have it. But what's particular about Brazil is that in 2009, it was redesigned to link across various objectives and policies so that it's not only about feeding people, but also about creating markets for small-scale farmers, about rural development, about nutrition. So it linked across different programs and sectors. One of the key things that they did that, 3 minutes, okay. Yeah, so I'll just be quick. So basically the key things that they did was also adding the 30%. So they said from our budget, we're going to use 30% to procure from family farmers. And just this created a market for family farmers that did not exist before. They offer a 30% premium for organic production, but that was also for agroecological production. So some of the questions in the last panel was how can we give financial support to agroecology? So this is one way, by having a large demand for those products and actually also offering a premium that allows farmers to be economically viable and actually be able to produce following agroecological practices by having a market. So in many years of work summarized in 3 bullet points, what I found was that this program made these diversified farming systems economically viable. It allowed farmers to transition from monocultures, most of the type crops like soybean, corn for cattle consumption, to actually diversified farming systems that are feeding people. And it created opportunities for women because women tend to grow these crops. So there's not much time left, but basically this redesign was one of the key ways that it was able to happen. This redesign in 2009 was the support of social movements, but political will, and the support of local NGOs also for the implementation of this type of program. So what's the status right now of public procurement in the framework? So right now, I did a quick Google search, word search. There's no reference to public procurement in this framework, but there's a precedent in the CBD in prior meetings. There was an event about sustainable public procurement and biodiversity and so on, but it seems that those efforts died away or something happened because it's not explicitly mentioned as something that governments can do. For Aichi Target 4, some of the countries that reported meeting the target or their attempts to meet the target, some of them like Slovenia and Belgium mentioned green public procurement or sustainable public procurement as some of their efforts. So there's a precedent, but right now it's absent in the framework, and it's a type of policy or tool that can help align multiple things, the sustainable development goals, production, consumption, considerations for biodiversity. So in terms of thinking of these more global approaches that build synergies, this is a no-brainer, I think, but it's somehow not there. So I think maybe I finished within my 3 minutes, and this is it. So this is just a summary here of the last few points, and I look forward to questions or discussion afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will leave the questions at the end. Now I invite Joanna Smallwood. She's at the University of Sussex, and she's going to present us on legal and policy considerations on the supply chain and enabling conditions for responsible consumption choices.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be presenting today at the 5th Science Policy Forum. Many thanks for the invitation to speak, Lily. My name's Dr. Joanna Smallwood. I'm from the University of Sussex. I'm a lawyer, and my research takes a socio-legal look at laws and policies, and I'm particularly interested in how we can achieve transformation through law and policy. And today I'm going to talk you through some thoughts really about the global regulation of food systems, focusing in on action targets 15 and 16, which talk to sustainable production and consumption. I'll also get round to talking to the new EU regulation, which is soon to become law on zero deforestation supply chains, and a little bit on the UK developments there as well. So we are here at the CBD. We are witnessing the final negotiations of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. We've already had a lovely session previously on Action Target 10 on agriculture. As I've already said, I'm looking more towards targets 15 and 16. So it's good news that we have this Action Target 15 here under negotiation at the CBD. Concerning businesses and really making businesses responsible for their impacts and dependencies on biodiversity, and to reduce those negative impacts. We will see what the figures are, but at half was in the draft 1.0. I'm also going to be looking at Action Target 16, which addresses an indirect driver, which is interesting and key for transformation, talking about sustainable consumption choices, reduction of food waste, and also reducing overconsumption. Lastly, we also have Action Target 18 under negotiation about removing harmful incentives. So we have quite a good basis here for the development and laws and policies during implementation. But the GBF isn't the only forum, as others have identified. We also have the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which address sustainable consumption and production patterns. We have the SDGs for biodiversity on land and in water. And then we have other relevant SDGs, and this has also come up this morning regarding those achieving zero hunger and decent work and economic growth. And some of the speakers have already highlighted that whilst it's great there are some synergies between the SDGs and CBDs, they're all CBD goals and targets. There's also some tensions possibly here which play out during implementation, for example, in between sustainable agricultural practices, but perhaps achieving the targets of zero hunger and economic growth. Climate is beginning to address food systems. It's been quite silent on food systems, which is surprising considering the clear connection between food systems and climate change. But last year in Glasgow at COP26, we had a leaders' declaration on deforestation. So we have some moves forward here from commitments through the climate regime towards preventing deforestation. So 28 countries, but they represent 75% of global trade, pledged to remove deforestation in the trade of food. And also, interestingly, at the bottom, we have financial companies. So we have this kind of link between public and private sector. Financial companies hooking on to the climate change regime and making commitments there to end investments in activities linked to agricultural commodity-driven deforestation. In this talk, I'm sort of drawing upon two different pieces of research, really. This is the article from Science Advances, led by Isabel Delabre, Lily Rodriguez here to my left, and there were many of us who contributed to this from different disciplines across the world. We came up with some actions that we saw were key to achieving transformation for sustainable food production and consumption. So I'm drawing upon this piece of research. I'm also drawing upon some research that I've been involved with on transformative biodiversity governance, and I can see some co-authors here in the audience and hopefully some online as well, where we look at a particular theory for transformative governance, which incorporates certain pillars. First, we see solutions must be integrated, inclusive, transdisciplinary, adaptive, and anticipatory. So I'm also sort of drawing upon that to in my analysis of the laws. So from the paper, and there are copies of a policy brief for this paper here if you're interested, we saw from an analysis of data from 4 key science policy interfaces that we must make these synergies between the SDGs clearer, and for example through the harmonisation of indicators, and this will serve a dual purpose of strengthening the governance and reducing the burden on parties. We can see already, I've talked about how the CBD is addressing food sustainability issues, which is good. However, there is still much work to be done to make sure these targets are smart, and also to make sure that the implementation mechanisms here at the CBD are strengthened. They are very weak as they currently stand, and even the negotiations for strengthened implementation mechanisms are not ambitious or transparent. So we really need to think of these wider governance processes to help implement and facilitate implementation of these targets. Law and policy alone will not be able to achieve the transformations which are desperately needed. The paper also recognises we need actions through a broad range of agents in order to support the post-2020 framework. We also recognise the importance of recognising diverse knowledge systems, and this is a topic coming up in the negotiations as we speak. Up here, there's some text which I'm very excited that it's up there, although note it is in square brackets, which is talking not only about economic values of nature, but in terms of nature's rights and rights of Mother Earth. So we will see if that remains in after the negotiations. We've heard from IPBES and many sources about this importance of diverse knowledge system recognition. But we also have to very much be mindful of uneven responsibilities and unsustainable practices and the kind of differences in who's causing the problems and who's most affected by them. So I'm now going to move on to talk about a specific development which would lead towards achievement or progress towards Aichi action target, 15, and that's the EU regulation on deforestation-free products. So again, a really important development in law. It seeks to ban legal and illegal deforestation and forest degradation from supply chains for forest risk commodities. So it's really talking about telecoupling and addressing that and thinking about the footprint of our consumption patterns. And this is a really key area to it. So it's positive we're seeing move forward in law and policy in relation to that. There are, however, limitations in the drafting of the regulation. For example, forest degradation doesn't include conversion of primary forest to plantation forests, and it doesn't cover degradation within existing forests, and it doesn't cover other wooded ecosystems such as savannas and wetlands, therefore perhaps shifting agricultural practices into unsustainable practices into those ecosystems. Another problem is not prioritising high-risk areas. So the idea that businesses would prioritise these systems within the areas most at risk. In the EU regulation, we also see that human rights and rights of Indigenous people local communities could be much better valued and much better incorporated. Currently, the regulation is quite silent on that, and to be transformative, this is key. And I draw upon another paper written by myself and Isabella Delabre, where we really have noticed through our research and our analysis that really this neoliberal value is predominant in policymaking and lawmaking for us. Lastly, there are some systems within the regulation about monitoring, which again we argue is important and necessary for transformative governance. There are due diligence obligations on businesses and importing companies, and they are quite specific. They will have to provide a plot level geolocation for all imports. Operators and traders must show how the law has been complied with, and there's an overall checking system which must be complied by member states. So there we see a sort of positive move forward there, although this is at an early stage. We will have to carefully monitor progress in that feedback process as the law is implemented. So those are a few thoughts on the law and policy. I do see it as a real opportunity to offer a lever towards transformative change, but we need to think very carefully and be more ambitious in our laws and policies in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanna. That was very interesting to look a little bit at the targets that are being and the discussions and the relationship with the research that has been undertaken already and some recommendations. And I hope we had time at the end of the session to discuss a little bit more on that. Thank you. Now I invite Yves Zingrebe from the Helmholtz Center for Environmental Research. He's a research fellow at the Department for Conservation Biology and Socio-Ecological Systems. Are you there? He is going to be online because of COVID, unfortunately, but he's feeling better now and will be shortly with us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
There's some echo, but if it's okay for everyone. Okay. I just need somebody to my slides, if that's and swap throughout the talk. Okay. Thank you very much. Shall I jump right in?
It's coming.
Yeah, I can see. So thanks a lot for having me on the panel, despite my physical absence. Yeah, my name is Yves Zingrebe. I'm working at UZ, as introduced by Lily. And I'm presenting today let me just block this because I'm hearing myself. Yeah, I'm presenting today a paper which we have developed with a number of co-authors who are visible on this slide. The work is called Policy Coherence for Development in Telecoupled Agri-Food Systems, prioritizing the EU's policy options according to leverage and relevance. Just a very quick introduction. What is telecoupling? I'm using this slide usually in my lectures. So you probably know teleconnection. That's the magical butterfly that produces a hurricane in some other place in the world. So it's natural ecosystems that are linked together. Then there's globalization, so the increasing interconnectedness of human systems across the planet, and telecoupling, is looking at both of them together, taking into account the idea of social ecological systems, that social systems and natural systems are connected, and in the perceptions, actions, and preferences in each of the systems, they are tied to other systems. Sounds a bit complicated, but it's quite easy when you look at the specific example of value chains. So if we could go to the next slide. So telecouplers connect distant coupled social ecological systems through material and immaterial flows and feedback loops. The EU, like it was nicely introduced by Joanna already in the last talk, has several political motives to address these as problems, such as the policy coherence for development, which is a commitment to review the impacts of the developing countries' ability to meet the SDGs in all of the EU policies. And there's also commitments for addressing value chains and farm to fork strategy, biodiversity strategy, Green Deal, and so on and so forth. So we looked at what the EU is actually importing from developing countries based on monetary imports from cropland products and area-based implications in terms of land use footprint and imported deforestation, asking the question, how can the EU prioritize its trade relations according to relevance and leverage? And if you quickly look at this image on the same slide, I can explain what relevance and leverage is in our analysis. Relevance is the share of a cropland product that comes from one country of origin. So a certain percentage of, let's say, coffee comes out of Brazil. That is the relevance Brazil has for cropland import for the EU. Leverage is another dimension which looks at the percentage of commodity that is produced in the current country of origin for the EU. So the higher the leverage is, the more important the EU regulations are for these countries. That's the assumption. Okay, and if we go to the next slide, I can show our results. So if we look at products, then we can see that the relevance and leverage gives a quite clear image that it's particularly oil palm, sugar, soybeans, coffee, and cacao that are very relevant. And in the case of coffee and cacao, also have a very high leverage. So that's like a large share of what is produced globally in developing countries is targeted to the EU as the final market. And if you look at the plot on the left-hand side, you see that when we are concerned with deforestation, it's actually a very, very few number of products that produce the deforestation impacts globally, and 81.2% are made up by 4 products only. Next slide. And now, but obviously the trade relations are made with countries, not with products. So when we talk about collaboration and policies, we need to think of countries that we want to collaborate with. And so we clustered the countries according to their dominant product portfolio and came up with these groups. And you can also see that it's not as complicated as you would expect, but it's actually a very few number of countries that produce the relevance or that are sending these dominant products, which is palm oil and rubber specialists, which are basically Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, and Malaysia, and the Mercosur countries, specifically for soy. And there's a couple of coffee and cacao specialists distributed across Latin America, Africa, and Asia. And when it comes to leverage, there's a couple of small sugar specialist countries that have like San Lucia, Bahamas, that dedicate large shares of their production area to sugar, which has preferential trade conditions with the EU. So that is quite important for them, and improving the sustainability in these trade relations might not have a strong relevance for the overall footprint, but can very well have a strong impact on sustainability and biodiversity in these countries. Yeah, next slide. So just to prove this this message I just gave with the other figures in a map, you can see with the dots size, the distribution of relevance, and the color, the leverage, and you can also see that it's a quite strongly accumulated picture. Thanks. And then maybe I can spend some time on the next slide where I go to the lessons learned and policy implications. So relevance is one dimension we analyzed. So addressing relevance, so addressing the footprint in the countries of origin, in the dominant countries, has the potential to really reduce the footprint. So for example, if we have a Mercosur agreement coming up, this is where where biodiversity considerations can make a difference when it comes to the imported biodiversity impacts. We have a number of legal options to address these things. For example, the due diligence legislation on value chains, the carbon border tax that's been discussed in the climate sphere, renewable energy policy has shown to have a drastic impact on other parts of the world, and many others. And these only highlight how important the target on mainstreaming is. And I'm always a bit puzzled by how unprecise the target still is, and doesn't pick up the knowledge in literature on mainstreaming that provides guidance for how to directly address these issues and take them into account. And I hope that the monitoring framework will do so. And also the standards and requirements for entering the important EU market is an important leverage. But yeah, talking of leverage, so there's a high regulatory potential, especially in the value chains such as cacao and coffee, for example, where a large share of the production is destined for the EU. And thereby, it also has the potential to generate winners and losers. I just mentioned the sugar countries. So the EU is always criticized for its agricultural policy, which was claimed to pose barriers to open markets. But at the same time, that as soon as you take the barriers down, that means specifically for the poor countries that their preferential trade access to the EU market loses its value. So you have something that literature describes as preference erosion, which needs to be taken into account. So if you take down the barriers, then you need to compensate this probably by other ways of supporting them. For example, development cooperation, technical cooperation, or other measures. And as we can see in the case of the Eastern grain exporters with the current war, geopolitical implications need to be taken into account and cannot be disconnected from trade policies. And lastly, it's very important to take into account that most of the effects cannot be solved by one actor or one country, but we've seen in many initiatives, value chain initiatives, that there's scaling effects of effective sustainability measures that simply were scaled up and thereby reduced its sustainability. And there's a leakage effect. If you have a regulation in one place, it can have a detrimental effect in another place, a spillover effect. And that's why we need collaboration and finding solutions. And uh, just as a last point, I want to emphasize how important target 1 on spatial planning is in that regard, because it's so important where you produce, for example, agroforestry. If you produce agroforestry in a degraded land, it's definitely an increase in terms of ecosystem services and biodiversity. But if you produce it in a protected area or in a primary forest, then it's degradation. So you need a reference, and that can only be provided by the country of origin for where sustainable production is possible. And that's why I want to emphasize again how important target 1 is. Thank you very much. In the last slide, I have some lessons learned, but I think I've said all of that. So yeah, pity we can't do a question, but I hope to be discussing that with each of you.
Thank you, Dave.
And please feel free to send me an email if you have a question or want to follow up.
Thank you, Eve. Thank you very much. Your last point on the land use planning is something that has to be discussed, because this is one of the targets we already had, I think, in 2010 plan, and it's a very difficult to implement. And so it has to be not only done, the planning, but also maybe implemented. We can comment that more, because it's something that has to be fixed, I think. Thank you. So our next speaker is, who's the next speaker? It's Kim Christensen. He's the General Director of Forest Stewardship Council International, and he's going to be presenting on using technology and innovation as the basis for providing data connecting forests to consumers. So Kim, please, you have the floor.
So thank you, and apologies for the difficulty with getting the right presentation up. I'm Kim Carstensen, Director General of FSC International. I'm not a researcher, and I'm going to talk about something slightly different from what we've heard so far, which has mainly been focused on government policy. We do work on government policies in a number of different settings. For instance, public procurement, completely agree with the importance of that topic. We've also been working with the EU on the development of the EU deforestation policy and a number of other issues. The whole setting of sustainable production and consumption is extremely important for us, and we're very active also in the One Planet Network working on these topics. What I'm going to talk about is based on our experience with research and with practice work that we have been doing. Just as an introduction, the Forest Stewardship Council is a private voluntary scheme for certification of forest management and for certification of systems to bring products from sustainably managed forests into consumptions. We focus specifically on forest, want to underline the importance of forest in this whole discussion, both from a no deforestation angle, so it is very important for the discussions around the plantation products in tropical countries and other agricultural products all over the world, but also for forest as such. It was mentioned earlier that forest degradation is now sort of becoming part of the perspective that we're looking at, and that is a very, very important new dimension of this. It's not only about avoiding deforestation, it's also about the quality of forest management in what remains. 80% of the global biodiversity is in global terrestrial biodiversity is in forest, and for that reason alone, it is obviously very important. We strongly support the 30 by 30 objective, but we also underline that it's not enough to protect the 30. We also need to make sure that the 70 remains and that the 70 is managed in a way that also leaves room for climate change issues and for biodiversity issues. What we do as a system is to work on the quality of forest management to ensure that areas don't get deforested, don't get degraded, and then to make sure that the products that are brought to the market, to consumers or retailers or other commercial entities in the consumption link, that those products are in fact the ones coming from responsibly managed forests. And we therefore have both forest management certification and also certification of the chain of custody. One thing that we know from research of consumers, and thereby also for how consumers influence the people they buy from, such as retailers, such as the people in the production chain, is that consumers are of course very interested in the quality of the products that they buy, but also that they want to know where these products are coming from. Want to know that the forest that these products are coming from are still forest, that they deliver environmental value, that they deliver social value to the people who live in and around them, and that workers and others who are in the production chain are treated in positive ways. How can that information be provided to consumers? At the moment, it is very, very difficult for any consumer, whether they buy certified products or other products, to actually know where these products come from and what the quality is of the forest management that in the area that they do come from. This will change. It's certainly the ambition to change that with the EU deforestation regulation that is coming up, and I'm absolutely sure it will change over time now that we also have a political impetus. What we are doing to improve the ability of consumers to be able to know what it is they are buying and where it comes from is to work on three different fronts. The first front is to be able to identify what wood are we talking about? What is it that I'm buying? Is this beech actually beech? Is this oak European oak, or is it Siberian oak? Or what species is it, and where does it come from? And there are research methodologies now that you can actually find out through stable isotope testing, where does this wood come from? What we need to do and are working on is to get representative samples of wood from the different places in the world where this wood comes from. We're working with Kew Gardens and with other research institutions on this area, and it will take time, but there will be these sample areas or samples of wood from different parts of the world that will come. So that's one. What is the wood I'm buying? Where does it come from? The second big thing is, where can we see the forest production? On this map, I'm showing some certified areas. You can see the red areas. This is areas where we do have and do publish the maps of the certified forest where this comes from. This means that you can go to data sources and you can actually see, what does that forest look like? Does it look the same this year as it did last year? Does it look the same over a 10-year period, or have there been big changes? So that's one set of information, geospatial information about where does this timber come from. If you can combine that with the wood identification, you will be able to know that the wood actually comes from a forest and what that forest looks like. On a bit clearer and more specific measurement, the green dots are places where we have ecosystem services certification, which is a new feature in FSC, where what we are certifying is not just the timber, it's actually the quality of management in the forest in terms of ecosystem services. We have 5 of these ecosystem services, and I'll come back to that, what they are. Carbon is obviously one, biodiversity is obviously another. And when you have that, you will know also something about what the biodiversity quality is that is being maintained or maybe even increased in the area. And then thirdly, so we have what is the wood, where does it come from? We have the geospatial, what does the forest management look like? And then the third element is to create the link between the two. And blockchain technology is a possibility of actually making sure that what comes in one end of the supply chain is the same as what comes out in the other end. We need good data in, because otherwise blockchain makes no sense at all. But if we have good data in, and it can be data about origin, it can be data about volume, it can be data about legality checks and stuff like that, then we can make sure that data goes undisrupted through the supply chain. And all of this together will help the consumers actually know what it is they're buying and what the impact is of the forest that they are buying material from. I talked before about the ecosystem services procedure, which is a new set of FSC solutions. And here you can see the 5 areas that you can certify against. It's biodiversity conservation, it's carbon sequestration and storage, it's watershed services, it's soil conservation, and recreational services. All of these being important for the way that forests are managed and the quality and the value of the forest to society. We see ourselves as an ally for governments. We see ourselves as complementing what governments do. For instance, in the context of the EU no deforestation regulation, there's been big discussion about whether certification should be a green lane for products. We have never thought certification should be a green lane. We've never advocated for it. We don't think it's right that we would sort of take the responsibility away from the importing companies, that they should actually be sure that they know what they're buying and they know the quality of what they're buying. We see ourselves as a tool for them to help them make sure they are doing their due diligence, and therefore as a tool in this setting, not as the full solution. And we don't think that would be the right thing to be. So we see ourselves as contributing through sustainable forest management, which in itself means that we are included and relevant for Target 10. And similarly, certified forests with verified impacts are relevant for Targets 3 and 22 and for Goal B, and that comes through the biodiversity claims that I mentioned. Just yesterday, and this is one of the observations that we have done, both we and everybody else are weak in terms of actually providing biodiversity relevant data of what happens with products. In being FSC certified, you can know that yes, it is good for biodiversity because there is protection of species, because there is protection of sample areas of the native ecosystems in the area. So these things are positive, but how much? And is it enough? And that we don't really have data for at this point in time. Yesterday, together with IKEA and WWF, and other companies are also involved, we launched an initiative that we call Fast Tracking Biodiversity Impact Assessment, because we want to provide more solid data from the areas that are certified around the world. And over the next couple of years, we will look at our own system, see what data can we actually extract from what we have already. And then on that basis, and on the basis of maybe asking new questions, setting new indicators, what claims can certified operations make about their impacts on biodiversity? And we hope and believe that this could be a major contribution to biodiversity protection and the global biodiversity framework going forward. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is very inspiring and very good news. And we will hope that this criteria and way of monitoring ecosystem services also can be scaled up with other value chains. That's very interesting. Thank you. Now, now we have moved a little bit from research into the business area and certification with the FSC. Now I invite Mr. Ingmar Jurgens. He is the president and co-founder of Climate and Company, and he's going to be presenting on the, sorry about that.
Okay, hi. So while we're sorting this out, maybe I get started already, if that's all right. Yes. So hi, everybody. My name is Ingmar. I spent most of the last 25 years working on environmental data, environmental finance, and environmental policy. And so I started my career at OECD, and then in 2000, so after leaving university, I should say, in 2002, I moved on to the FAO and spent many years for the working for the European Commission. And 5 years ago, I decided that I had enough of these big organizations and big hierarchies, and I founded, together with my friend David, a think tank, which has grown ridiculously fast and is now probably Germany's leading sustainable finance think tank, Climate and Company. And I'm really grateful for being able to hear and listening to these amazing initiatives and research projects. What I want to talk about is not so much our research, maybe. I just want to talk a bit more about the policy and science and research interface, because that's what I've been working at for the last 20 years, and that's what we do, right? We see ourselves as bridge builders. We're trying to bring in top researchers into policy processes. We try to raise awareness so that actually sometimes it's just amplifying the message that sometimes may get lost in brilliant A-journal publications and somehow never make their way into decision-making processes. So we certainly don't publish A-journal publications. We're probably not good enough for that. I mean, we leave that to you guys. But we are inspired by them, and we're building on it as an evidence-based think tank. So, yeah, I also brought an example. I mean, I know we're talking here broader about biodiversity and ecosystems, but I thought it would be probably good, building on the previous presentation, to focus on deforestation and our biggest project funded by the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation. Now, I quickly walk you through that. So our problem definition is basically can be summarized in 3 points. So that deforestation is a major driver of climate change and biodiversity, that deforestation is linked to economic activity, and that these links between deforestation and economic activity are often difficult to capture. We heard quite a bit about that today from various speakers. And that is very much what increasingly also the regulators in Europe and other across the world are realizing. And so what our vision is, I mean, maybe vision sounds a bit grand, but I mean, you know, what we're trying to contribute here is making sustainable finance work for halting deforestation. And so basically the idea is like that ambitious and coherent regulation combined with access to data enables key stakeholders to take action. And obviously you can already see where the various pieces of research coming into that. So the impact that we are aiming at together with a massive partner network is that with the help of ambitious and current policy frameworks and access to relevant data, financial and non-financial corporates can take action on divestment, engagement, sustainable procurement, we heard in the first presentation today, and purchase policies and impact investment for halting deforestation. And ultimately, what we think is that the ambition and coherence gaps in the EU and around the globe, and that's where I guess where we're today, and its supply chains are close through making, and those are the three key points now. And I'm going to get back to that because that is what policy will need to achieve and help us with, is to make deforestation visible, to get strong incentives in place for financial and non-financial corporates to halt deforestation, and to improve data access for financial decision makers. So on these 3 points, I brought you only one diagram, and even my 7 slides are maybe too many for these few minutes, so I'm apologizing. But I just wanted to, I know normally people are, you know, they're doing their research on one piece or the other, and then in government departments it's often the same, right? You have people working, they're responsible for one piece of regulation, and they somehow want to get that adopted. And that is a real challenge because what we need is a coherent policy framework that ticks all the boxes, that creates incentives at the same time as creating transparency. So I, for once, being a very critical ex-EU official that left the European Commission, think that we are maybe going in the right direction at the moment. And I was actually surprised by the level of ambition and the fact, and I know that the previous speaker found all the things that are to criticize about that piece of regulation that was adopted, but being a pragmatist, I was really super happy that it was actually adopted. And I think he didn't say anything else, he was just pointing at the weaker points. So 3 layers. Market access, that's the toughest thing we have in the arsenal of policymakers, right? So basically you're regulating market access to what is still the biggest market in the world. The EU together is still the biggest economy. So that's a really powerful thing. That's why it's narrowly defined. That's why a lot of things are missing. A lot of key commodities are still missing. Maize is one example, right? But also, I think it's a good starting point, but that is maybe the explanation why it is not so complete and comprehensive, because it is the toughest thing we have. The second level is due diligence. That's still under decision at the moment. That's in decision making at the moment. But obviously, due diligence is important because it has a broader coverage. And it addresses companies across the board, across sectors, to engage, to not just identify the risks and impacts that they have, but to engage. And then maybe the weakest, but it's such an important piece. And it is maybe not high enough, but it is on the agenda as in the context of Target 15, and that is disclosure. And what I like about disclosure is that it's such a lovely neoclassical, and if you want to call it neoliberal concept. And it's about improving the efficiency of capital allocation by reducing information asymmetries. Now, isn't that a beautiful story for all those policymakers that are not known to be already clearly green or sustainable? And I think this is the story we have to tell, and I'm going to say a bit more about that, that we can show that this is, first of all, a tool for market efficiency, and it is enabling everybody to do something. It doesn't yet say who has to do what. It merely enables everybody in the market who wants to invest green to actually do that and to reduce their transaction costs. And that is very important as well. It basically doesn't allow those laggards to hide anymore behind those that are moving forward. And I think this is why I really love it. And that's why, market access is so much tougher. Due diligence is so much tougher. But this, I think we maybe can even get a deal here, and we can actually move forward, and then at least enable those that want to do something to do it, and put the others in the spotlight, and get it very clear who's performing and who isn't. And now this, and that's important in this context here. I'm coming from the UN. My friend David spent many years in Brazil working with KfW. So for us, this doesn't work if just the EU is doing again their brilliant policy work and then stuff it down the throat of the rest of the world. So this regulatory cooperation element is super important as well. And that's what we're doing, that's what others are doing, and that's what I think could be an element that I basically heard today, where a lot of people here around the table have interest in this. And it's important. How to make it work also for maybe that's not a politically correct term, I'm going to say it anyways, maybe the weakest in that supply chain, those with least resources, those smallholders who are currently the guardians of our forests, but that are not currently part of the value added and the value chain that we have here. And that is also maybe an interesting discussion point with the certifiers, because is it not like there's going to be so much demand for assurance and certification coming out of this drive for supply chain disclosure? But can local communities and these guardians of forests that are out there, how can we make sure that a part of the revenues that will be generated from certification and assurance services is going to stay in the community and can be there? That would be so valuable. And that could also be an eye-opener for those countries that are today very skeptical about that regulation hitting them coming from the EU. I think because we have to find solutions that work for everybody. So how we work, so we network, we bring experts, like people that are much more knowledgeable than us, into the policy-making process. I have 3 nice examples. Well, maybe less. Anyways, I use one. So, for example, there was this EFRAG process. It's the European Financial Reporting Association that most forest researchers have never, ever heard about in their life. So what we needed, though, 1 minute is great. What we needed, though, was to have the researchers when the sector standards are being developed for disclosure, because as an accountant, you can't do that. There was a bunch of accountants, and we absolutely need them as well, but how are they supposed to answer all these scientific questions? So we managed to get some brilliant researchers into it, and they realized, wow, my knowledge is super relevant here for this policymaking process. And that's an invitation maybe I want to almost conclude on here today, that I think, we're trying to do that. We don't have all the answers by no means, but I mean, if we can bring science and researchers into these processes at the right moment, then I think we can contribute to this and make sure that targeted information analysis and dialogue is that the right people get it, they get the right stuff at the right moment. And I'll stop there. I would have had more slides, but I think but that was my key messages here, as basically reaching out to all you researchers out there to work with us to bring your brilliant insights into the decision-making processes.
Thank you very much, Ingmar. This is really it's too short time for the discussions and all the topics everyone is bringing up. So, but I would like to invite now, I have 2 special invitees to make comments. I have Joe Mulongoy, who used to work at the CBD, and it's now at the Institute for Enhanced Livelihood. Joe. And Andreas Getkan from the German Cooperation. So we raised several topics and several questions. So one of the main ones will be what are the synergies and tensions between the target proposed, how do we work with transparent supply chains, the production and consumption for Africa, the significance of all of this that we are discussing here, like the EU regulation, and is all of this applicable? And then for the German cooperation, What are the next steps? What are you counting to do on that to help for the mobilization of all of this that has been discussed? So Joe and then Andreas, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think what I'll try to do is to highlight some of the needs of Africa in terms of scientific information and scientific data. This is because I've just completed a synthesis of national report, the 6th national report developed by African countries. Now, you remember that between 2011 and 2020, most countries, in line with IH Biodiversity Target 4, they've been preparing or updating their strategies, plans, programs, and regulations so that they can have a more sustainable production and consumption systems. Now, in Africa, unfortunately, they just reported that they did not have enough capacities to upscale whatever they started implementing. And they have a lot of difficulties that they hope they can find some solutions through some of the scientific data. And then some of the presentations you made, I'm going to make some comment about that. So, for example, when they started implementing, they just realized that it was necessary to link to the question of incentives. Certification is very important in Africa, but we are not doing much. And when you look at the map that Dr. Kertensen presented with the forest FSC, you could see that we only had a few points in Africa. And that is a problem for me because not having certification, we cannot go into the international market. So that is something they found that it was necessary. We make some progress over there. And then they also linked to environmental impact assessment. That also is very important. Unfortunately, not many countries were aware of the biodiversity inclusive guidelines for environmental impact assessment adopted by the Conference of the Parties. I think it was in 2006. Now, the challenges they mentioned particularly were lack of data and capacity, human capacity and financial resources, of course, to upscale what they've already started. And also, they did not have enough data to understand and quantify the safe ecological limit. They could not find a way to describe clearly what is sustainable. They didn't have all the necessary indicators. And they could not define clearly the negative impact of unsustainable production and consumption systems. So these are very serious problems for them, but I just realized that none of the countries in Africa, at least in the national report, listed clearly the negative impact in a quantitative manner. So just generic negative impact were given, but not quantitatively. Regarding consumption, we are talking about choices. But this is really applicable to many developed countries. In developing countries at the moment, the priority is to produce enough. But they are not producing enough, and most of the time, people are trying to use things for survival. So that is why when the choices, for example, I saw in some of the national reports from Europe, it is a choice because they are wasting a lot of food. They have to choose between meat eating and or plant-based food and things like that. But in Africa, the problems are not like that. There is scarcity of water, so they need to use water very efficiently, avoid pollution and things. These are the key questions. Energy is very important. Unfortunately, there is deforestation, but the energy is based mainly on biomass. So the charcoal, fuel wood, with the health problems they have. So these are the key questions they have for the systems, the consumption systems. And also, as you know very well, they also observe that they reduce the consumption of traditional food Most of them now, they are importing different types of food, change in the diet, bad consequences for health. So these are the problems for Africa. The losses of food is mainly through the lack of methods for long-term conservation of food. So the impression I had when I was reading the annual report, the national report, and then I tried to look at the target that we have today, target 15 and 16, I had an impression that some of these critical questions for Africa were not taken into consideration. What we have there in the target is already good for business, etc., but they did not take into account what the people really need to have so that they can make some progress with their systems of production and consumptions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Please, Andreas.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Andreas Getkant, and I'm working with GIZ. And only from the background, my last project I was head of was on private business action for biodiversity, where we worked a lot also with FSC on the ecosystem service procedure and other things. And now I'm in charge of the Bioinnovation Africa project, which is working also on biodiversity standards and the ABS, the multi-donor ABS initiative. So a lot of items, and thank you very much for these interesting presentations which came from the different, a lot of items are directly linked with the target 15 and 16, which we are working on in the projects I know, but also in the German Development Corporation. I think in general, the international scene is changing a lot in the last 10 years. There is a move. We see growing awareness, most of all also from the big companies, to learn about biodiversity, and a lot of companies already have their own, let's say, biodiversity policy. What we have seen in the different countries where we worked on, and also bigger developing countries like in India and Brazil, is that still the biggest needs, and I would say this is also true for Africa, is that along the value chains, when you look at the negative aspects and also the risk assessment in businesses, is still how we can support the small and medium enterprises. I have seen that when we see the European markets, and the big companies are well aware of it, that they follow the standards. The EU legislation, the new EU legislation we talked about, is perfectly also responded by the big companies. But when you go down the value chain, the desperation is on the side of the small and medium-sized enterprises, mostly also in Latin America and Africa and in Asia, because these enterprises do not have the resources to adapt, and the pressure comes from upstairs, from above, from the companies, giving it back to the SMEs and the producers. So as a representative of a technical corporation, our specific need that we identify is how to design also packages for SMEs in Africa, for instance, or in Latin America, so they can respond also to the new obligations. But it's also true in Europe. I mean, we talked about the EU deforestation-free value chains legislation, which is on board. I have noticed that for a lot of enterprises, it is a very important change in reform, but something which is not mentioned here is also that they are most worried also about the sustainable, about the about the corporate sustainability reporting directive, which also came into force in November, which makes it mandatory from 24 on for enterprises to report on their negative assessment in environment, social and governance. And it also includes listed SMEs to report on this. And a lot of them are still very much worried that they don't know how to apply to comply with this new regulations. 24 is not so long ago, will not be so long ago. In 25, they have to report on it. So this is also an aspect that shows very much that there's a big need, and not to talk about the SMEs and those who are trying to, or those who are exporting to Europe, for instance, and how to receive the adequate capacity development. A specific part where we are working on, for instance, it's not a voluntary standard, it's a mandatory standard, it's the ABS regulations. I mean, there you can see also that in the triangle between producers, local communities on the one hand, the companies on the other, and the government, in this triangle, you have very specific capacity building needs, which also include what you have said, the need for data and to see how to work with the standards, but also the need also to help the communication between this three, where the academic sector can have also a very constructive role to help the dynamics between the triangle where the production comes up. And lady, I cannot cover everything, but what on the consumer side, more related to target 16, I would also highlight that we have seen that mostly an urban population in the north is very aware of biodiversity. If you see the biodiversity barometer, for instance, which talks about also in specific in selected developing countries, that the awareness of biodiversity for the consumer for specific products very much developed. On the other hand, we still have the challenge that we have a standards jungle, so to say, that more than 200 standards are on the way, and the consumer needs more orientation also how to work with this information. One of reaction from the German corporation was, for instance, to elaborate a sustainable standard comparison tool in which the information of the different standards can be compared to and given orientation for consumers also, what is behind the different standards. A work which is also done by ITC, by the International Trade Center, for instance, with their sustainability map. These are very useful tools also to help the orientation, not only for the consumer, but also for the producer to know at what standards they probably want to apply. And also a neglected sector, I would say, is that we are talking a lot of the exchange on the global side of goods and the standards which are implied, but very few is considered, mostly also in big developing countries, the national markets and the regional markets, where the standards do not apply in general, and how these interaction between those who are exporting on the one hand and those who are accessing the national market can also be used. Sometimes you have this positive impacts also, that the EU standards also apply for national producers, and they are seen also as something that may have for them advantage also to combat negative impacts and looking for more sustainable production schemes. But then we come into this into the situation that is also true for a lot of European companies, that still we need this, that the advantages are clear for companies who apply sustainability standards regarding the price policy. If you have crisis situations, still the harsh reality is that the consumer goes to the cheaper products and is not so much interested in quality when things are getting worse in the economy. So this is something that we take into account. The work in the German Development Corporation is very much interested into the value chains, the agriculture value chains, and also it's interesting to see also how it will develop with new technologies like blockchain technology and how it will be feasible. I will stop here. It's
Thank
only a comment
Thank
on
you, Andreas. This is very interesting. I see probably there is some participation, I won't say intervention from governments to do something more proactively on these standards and some guidance. Maybe you wanted to make very shortly before we close?
Very shortly, I mean, just to, I think this SME issue has been one of the biggest issues we have been discussing in the EU platform and the reporting standard. And I'm just wondering, the point I made before, I just want to reiterate it based on what you said, John, and what you said, Andreas. So traceability and reporting is seen, ultimately, it seems a bit as a threat rather than an opportunity. And we have to do a bit of an effort to turn it into an opportunity, right? So capacity building is one. But I mean, so those people on the ground could be the people that will be collecting the data, right? Because they know best. Yeah. So together, and I think I see a clear role for institutions like GIZ to support that, right? That's where maybe public funding is best spent, and then people can participate in this. And I mean, what we're working on in the EU is a simplified reporting standard on SMEs. That's another solution, I think, and that's an important message to everybody out there, because every government will have the SMEs up, in their back if they're proposing target 15 to go ahead. And then we have to, it's important to say that simplified standards will be a way. And the last bit I'm going to say, at the moment, we set up an SME working group 1 year ago with the German Chamber of Commerce. And I mean, they have come a long way. Now they are seeing that alignment is their best friend, that standardization and regulation is their best friend, because you are supplying to 5 different automobile companies. You have 5 different questionnaires to fill at the moment. Yeah? And I mean, if you're a supplier in some country in Africa, you're supplying to maybe even 4 or 5 countries and companies in different countries. That's going to be 4 or 5 different standards, unless COP15 is going to send a strong signal that we need alignment, also for those people that you were talking about. I think that's really important. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming to this session. We hope that we can do some follow-up somehow. And we have an invitation for lunch. We have tickets to go out at the Ange Boulangerie. There is another session on production and consumption in the afternoon with the University of Tokyo that's going to be up there. And here we will have the restoration session. Thank you.
¿Quieres poner el mapa?
Sí, ponlo.
Puedo poner, es que lo saqué. ¿Lo puedo sacar de tu compu? Lo envié por correo. Lo podemos poner aquí.
Sí,
Gracias. Lily, te habla Brazil and Bryce Swedish. We can check this out.
Eve.
I live there. I studied there.
Sí, sí. Okay. I think we can start now. Good afternoon to everyone. I hope you had lunch. And so this session, it's on restoration, connectivity, and ecological integrity. Those are terms that are widely used, but that we need to, to implement. And so the idea of this session is to talk about implementation of all these concepts and how to effectively achieve and measure restoration and the recovery of the functionality of ecosystems. So this is the main idea. We have several very interesting presentations. Please keep in mind that we are thinking on target 2, target 11, goals A and B, and it's mostly about how we can use experience for the next implementation, which is very challenging. The targets are very high. We already had some high targets for the carbon convention or the climate change convention, but now we need to move more into really scaling up and breaking all those challenges that we have. So please, Piero, go ahead with your presentation. This is this is Nestor Fernandez from IDIF on Natura Connect. Please.
Thank you. So, yeah, I'm going to present a little bit about how to integrate stakeholder participatory processes with spatial planning based on a number of studies that we have been doing recently, mostly at the European scale, but they can be adapted to other situations, of course, and how we can combine implementation at the local scale with spatial planning at larger scales, at regional scales. So as Lily just said, a very important target that is under the discussions these days is target 2, which at the moment says ensure that at least some percentage, between 20 and 30%, or some number of hectares are going to, that are degraded, need to be under restoration. And right now, there is the discussion of how is going to be the wording regarding restoration, whether the word ecological restoration is going to be included there or not, ecological integrity, ecological connectivity, and I do think that it is really, really important to streamline the importance of including ecological restoration or something that is related to that, and I will come back to that later. So, which restoration? When we are referring to restoration, we are referring to many different things. We could classify those in 3 main goals of restoration. One is landscapes for living in harmony. Those are, for example, cultural landscapes where nature is viewed as in close interaction, in close integration with people and people's livelihoods. A second target of restoration is enhancing nature contributions to people. So that is mostly about the sustainable provision systems, the provision of regulatory services. Sometimes also we can speak about cultural values here. So there is some overlap between those two. And finally, restoration in terms of increasing the biodiversity value. And this is more related to recovering natural ecosystem dynamics in places where natural ecosystems have been degraded, recovering complexities, and the concept of rewilding could fall also within this block. Now, how do we go about taking the opportunities of multiple concepts of restoration to increase actually the portfolio of options that we have? We did an analysis of participatory scenarios for restoration and conservation across Europe, trying to see, okay, what are the key components that those participatory scenarios are focusing on in order to plan those actions. And we found that in reality, despite all the discussion, the nature contributions to people are very often in the vast majority of those participatory scenarios. So it seems that it is already quite well streamlined in this kind of processes. The need to incorporate nature contributions to people to restoration, almost all of the scenarios include non-material contributions within the narratives. In contrast, the aspects of ecological integrity, reducing human inputs and outputs, those that can be more related to the restoration of ecological integrity, rewilding, complex communities, etc., are not always so present. And it's so almost surprising that, for example, I hope you can probably not see it very well, but the restoration of large body species is very, very rarely present in those scenarios. While on the positive side, connectivity is present in around nearly 50% of those scenarios. So how can we go about, from the history that we already have of planning participatory scenarios and making projections from those scenarios, to integrate or at least to consider jointly the different approaches? I think that a very, very good framework that is being streamlined across the CBD meetings, also on presentations, is the Nature Futures framework. And what we did here was also, based on this review of all the participatory scenarios of the last 20 years, check how the components of the narratives actually map with the Nature Futures framework. So, for example, to what extent the narratives would contribute to a nature for nature oriented approach to restoration. And we found, for example, that this nature for nature narrative would definitely be able to increase traffic complexity, stochastic disturbances, connectivity aspects that are really important for biodiversity, some regulating services as well, although the impact on non-material and material NCPs is often less clear. And another thing we found is that it's only within this nature for nature narrative that we actually can find a consistent consideration of those actions that can increase ecosystem integrity, while in the others, very often, those aspects are not included in the narrative. That means it's not actually included in the restoration projects, or they are considered to have non-positive value or not enough. So this means there is a real need to integrate all those different visions. So how can we do this? We are doing an experiment in the northern Germany, in the Oder Delta, and using a participatory scenario, participatory approaches, where we interview key stakeholders of the different sectors, from foresters to people in agriculture to conservation administrations. We are asking them to identify in maps where would they place restoration actions according to the three different narratives of nature for nature, nature for society, or nature as culture. And we find some very interesting results already. This is work in progress, but we find already very interesting results. So many of the narratives overlap in the space. This means that either there are synergies between those different narratives in promoting restoration in those areas, but also there could be some trade-offs. But at the same time, we found that if we consider the actions placed by the stakeholders across the landscapes together, the amount of area that is considered as a positive value for restoration increases significantly. So this means we could use the different narratives in order to provide a better planning tool by providing this battery, this portfolio of different restoration actions and restoration narratives. Now, the challenge now is how we monitor, actually. This is about conservation planning or restoration planning, how we go now from this to measuring what is actually the result of those actions. And we really need to develop some better indicators, because another thing we found is that very often indicators of restoration progress are not consistent, so it's very difficult to compare one restoration project with another. We proposed in this paper that I'm sitting here a number of indicators under the framework of rewilding, but most of them can be also applied to other restoration approaches. And basically, they are based on three main components. One is increasing the trophic integrity, another stochastic dynamics, and another connectivity. And there is a list of different indicators that would speak to each of them. So the advantage of those approaches is that we can not only monitor them consistently across different sites. So this is an example where we applied those indicators to 8 different landscapes, and then we can compare progress in those different landscapes. Also, that by using this consistent set of indicators, we can scale up the monitoring of restoration and also the planning, so that when in those indicators that we can find information, spatially explicit information, we can use the same type of indicators at the local scale and at the regional scale. Finally, it is very important also to start thinking about where we place restoration actions. And I think it's really important that we focus those actions on areas that can increase connectivity among well-preserved landscapes or landscapes for which have other conservation interest. And this is a map where we analyzed connectivity pathways for the better preserved areas in Europe. And we are continuing doing this work within the context of a new project funded by the EU, Natura Connect. Here we are putting together a big group of scientists. So Piero Visconti, our next speaker, is going to speak about that, where we are trying to address how we better plan, how we better distribute spatial planning options for achieving 3 objectives simultaneously. So increasing the amount of protected areas to 30%, protecting at least 10% of the areas with strict protection, and also connecting better between those. So quick take-home messages. First, local restoration action needs to be matched to large-scale connectivity analysis. Second, participatory approaches and spatially explicit scenarios are needed in an integration way in order to help spatial planning. And finally, restoration biodiversity requires actually ecological restoration, rewilding, and other actions that can increase the ecological integrity of ecosystems, and this should be placed somehow in Target 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nestor. That was very interesting. And I think that although this is a different context from other continents, this is a very useful lesson for, how to think about upscaling connectivity and ecological integrity. Thank you. Now we have Piero Visconti from the International Institute for Applied System Analysis, who is going to present on integrated spatial planning, why and how to plan for habitat conservation, restoration, and sustainable use together. Piero, please.
Thank you, Lily and Nestor, for organizing this and for inviting me. So the context for this work is the idea that we should be thinking about targets 1, 2, and 3, area-based conservation targets, as a bundle that works best if planned for and achieved together as opposed to in isolation. And I'm going to do something unusual. I'm going to give you my take-home message right at the beginning while I have your attention, and then hopefully I'm going to convince you about those as I go along. First, why they should be pursued together. The key thing is that basically what we want is achieving goal A, B, and C of the convention. We really want to avoid extinction, reduce extinction risk. We want to increase population abundance and genetic diversity. And these are things that neither policy nor management can achieve on its own. It's very clear in the theory of change of the GBF, the post-2020 biodiversity framework. The evidence tells us such. We just have to put it into practice. There are also procedural aspects that ask us to think about restoration, conservation, and sustainable use and integrated spatial planning together. Different definitions, procedures, management, monitoring, all of these are typically these actions are often planned by different agencies, and only by thinking about integrated zoning plans together, we can clarify language, monitoring protocol, management plan, and so on, effectively promote these consistencies in policies. So the European Union has already effectively started implementing the Global Biodiversity Framework before it's been established, because already in 2020 has established its EU biodiversity strategy. And among it, there is equivalent of target 3 of the GBF, which is about protected areas, which states that at least 30% of land, including waters, and 30% of the seas should be protected, including at least 1/3 that should be strictly protected. The definition of strict protection doesn't mean dispossessing people or stopping extractive and productive activities. It's very much ecologically based. It means that natural processes should dominate, which doesn't exclude extractive and productive activities. It's quite operational and effectively evidence-based. However, we are only at 3%, depending on how you define strict protection, according to IUCN definitions or others. And so there is much work to be done there. Crucially, these targets should be achieved at the biogeographical level, so not individual countries should get to 30%, but at a level of organization that is sort of more ecological and biogeographical. There are obviously, of course, gaps in designations. We have 26% of land, for instance, in Europe already protected, but several species of priorities and ecosystems that are priorities according to the European Habitats and Bird Directives still are insufficiently protected. So there are ecological gaps in terms of representativeness. Similarly to this, we have the Nature Restoration Law, which is now in discussion by the Parliament and commits parties to have at least 20% of EU land and seas by 2030. We should have in place restoration measures, where restoration is not intended as a state, but as a process. It doesn't mean that we need to necessarily recover 20% of agricultural areas and turn them into natural meadows or forest areas. It means that the ecosystem extent and condition has to be on a process of improving. So whatever actually species and ecosystems counts as restoration. It doesn't require to stop agriculture, for instance. There are, of course, also specific ecosystem targets in terms of restoration there. And this is effectively a EU response to a CBD target 2. Finally, sustainable production. I'm going to go fast over here. There is really a suite of different policy instruments and specific measures that perhaps more better qualify as equivalent at the EU level of target 10 of the GBF, but some of those are really spatial in nature. I'm thinking, for instance, the Common Agricultural Policy payments. These are very much spatially, and so you can think of them as one way to basically really mainstream integrated spatial planning, and also elements of environmental impact assessment that to me are very much practical ways to implement target 1. So the question is, how can we implement them together? And what are the kind of very practical questions that we can answer by thinking about that in combination? First, we need to turn this question into something that is quantitative and operational. So I spare you the mathematics, but if in pseudocode or in a sort of in plain language, the objective then is we need to think of ways to conserve and restore additional areas in order to maximize the improvement in conservation status of species and ecosystems, as well as carbon storage and sequestration target, the EU equivalent of the mitigation target of the GBF, while ensuring sufficient areas for livestock, cropland, and forestry. This is the key bit about feasibility. Can we actually even afford to achieve this ambitious agenda for restoration and conservation? Well, if we use economic models that tell us how much land has to be allocated to manage grassland, cropland, and forestry, by design, we're going to be ensuring that we don't overcommit ourselves to too much restoration and conservation that breaks the food bank. In order to do so, we use spatial prioritization approaches. Basically, we grid up all of Europe, in this case at planning units of 10 by 10 kilometers. In each of them, we know at present day how much different habitat types there are. And then the decision that we have to do is how do we adjust this proportion of different unmanaged and managed forests, different proportion of managed and unmanaged grassland in ways that achieve all of those objectives under the constraint of ensuring that there's enough land that is productive for timber or for food production. And so in practice, this means that we, instead of identifying protected areas, we identify different management zones. And there are 22 of them in this instance. Urban areas we fix at the present day. We don't have projection of urban areas, whereas we have forward projection from partial equilibrium economic models of how much forest production there has to be and how much cropland and farmland. And what we do is we identify how much area has to be restored or conserved subject to these constraints to achieve all of those targets. The results that we produce are effectively maps. Each of these little maps there is a proportion from 0 to 100% of all of those 22 management zones that I was mentioning before. And they all sum up to 1, effectively. So this is basically telling you which areas are important for conservation and which ecosystems should be conserved, those which are for restoration and which are for sustainable or more sort of intensive production activities. We don't suggest designations. I'm not saying that these areas should be protected areas. I'm just suggesting with this analysis which areas should maintain a natural land cover. They could just be remote and no need of any management action, so there might be actually a requirement of some management actions. The designation is a process that has to be bottom up by local communities, is not something that as scientists should be prescribing. The next kind of questions that we can answer with this analysis is looking at these two agendas, like we have the ambition of reducing emissions and increasing removals. Okay, by prioritizing restoration and conservation for carbon, but how much carbon can we remove and how much biodiversity can we protect? There are clearly trade-off frontiers there. And these effectively, each dot there is a different restoration scenarios and conservation scenarios, and each of them achieve different carbon benefits and biodiversity benefits. So the take-home message there is that there are no easy win-win. This is not a convex Pareto frontier; it's a concave. So we can find somewhat sweet spot there, but there is really no win-win, and that's why we need to do this analysis so that we can actually investigate these trade-off frontiers and communicate them. I'm going to go quickly, and then for each of these analyses, we can see what are the winners or losers, which taxonomic groups or functional groups are gaining or losing, depending on how much emphasis we put on each of them and on carbon. We can also ask other questions such as, where are your priorities changing, spatially, if you give more emphasis, like here, I don't see the pointer. Here you give more emphasis to species, here you give more emphasis to carbon. You can subtract the priorities, and then you can see in blue areas that gain in importance when you give more emphasis to biodiversity, to species, and in red those are gain importance for carbon. And you can find those are robust, essentially they stay important no matter what you prioritize. Finally, in Europe, there is a big question about burden sharing. As I mentioned before, restoration targets at the biogeographic level. And these maps here shows you the biogeographic regions, for instance. Here is the Mediterranean region, here is the Atlantic region. So 20% has to be within this region, but how do you allocate in a fair, equitable, but also ecologically meaningful way this burden share across countries? The good news is that for most countries, it doesn't really matter if you do the 20% of restoration at the country level or biogeographical level. For some countries, it does, especially for those in the border region. Seems like Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia gain in importance within the border region when you do at the bioregional level, probably because the species pool is much higher, so they tend to benefit more from those than Scandinavian countries. Finally, all of these kind of questions as Nestor anticipated before, we're answering in much more detailed way with local and European decision makers in the context of Natura Connect, where we are doing very much participatory scenario planning and picking up on each of these elements in much more detail, and I'm happy to take questions about this later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Piero. Now we change continent. We have Michel Labrec, a curator from the Montreal Botanical Garden, who is going to explain us about the contaminated soils and restore the ecological integrity of brownfields. Please.
Thank you. I'm coming.
Now, this is an example of the largest urban phytoremediation project in Canada. Please.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Thanks for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to talk to you this afternoon about this project. You know, I'm going to bring you in a very specific and local project, but at the same time, the last weekend I was looking at the TV and looking at the people manifesting in the street and asking very concrete project. And locally, I think we can do a lot of things to increase the biodiversity and restore brownfield and abandoned site. And I think this project, even if it's very local, will give you, and I hope will inspire you to apply these kind of technology in different situations around the world. So today I will talk mostly about brownfields. And brownfield there's a number of brownfields around the world. We evaluate that maybe 1 million of these brownfields are in different cities. In Canada, we evaluate that we have 30,000 brownfields or abandoned sites that need to be restored and rehabilitated. And only in Montreal, we have 600 or about of these sites that also represent a big risk also for the environment and for human health. And as you know, these abandoned sites are hotspots for invasive and non-native plant species. And for sure, they have a negative impact on social and also on economy. I mean, the values of the properties around these brown sites will have a very poor evaluation. So for these reasons, it is important to ensure that restoration of these sites will be envisaged and will be done for making those sites more affordable and more, to enhance biodiversity and ecosystem services, and also to reduce the contamination, because most of the time these sites are contaminated by different contaminants. And we can change these brownfields in cool islands, urban cool islands, and for sure foster connection between those green sites to connect with green corridors. Most of the time, these polluted sites are rehabilitated by using the very conventional method, which are excavation and transportation, what we call dig and dump strategies. But you understand, when we do that, it is not only expensive, but it's not respectful of the environment and sustainable development principles. And it leads to the risk of spreading the contamination when you transport the soil from one site to another site, sometimes located very far from the cities. And you understand that it does not solve the problem, it only shifts the problem to somewhere else. So it's not a real solution. The solution we propose is to do phytoremediation. Phytoremediation is the use of plants and their associated microorganisms to remove or detoxify or immobilize the contaminants. It's really a good alternative to the conventional method that I just presented. For sure, more respectful of the environment and the sustainable development. And also it can, when we do phytoremediation, we preserve the soil, the structure of the soil and the properties of the soil, as well as its biodiversity. And when you do that, you generate a lot of environmental benefits. So the project I would like to say a little bit more is the project that we are conducting in the east of Montreal, which is a sector dominated by industries, mostly petrochemical industries. We have a project of 4 hectares under treatment with using various plant species and different approach. This is a view of this sector where we worked. We see here 3 of the 4 hectares that we have on treatment right now. You see that the sector is dominated by green, mostly grease and concrete sectors and industries, but also on the north, on the other part of the image, you see that there is also residential areas. So it is even more important to address these sites to make a kind of buffer between the residential sectors and the industrial sectors. So this is what it looks from a drone view. The image in the middle show the treatment with phytoremediation and the different plots we have. If we look at the contamination, contamination is very huge to evaluate because it's very heterogeneous on sites. It's not uniform, so you have hotspots of contamination. In this case, is mostly trace element metals and PAH, so polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, which are the problem. The strategy we use is to work with pioneer plants, so fast-growing plant species that are easy to establish and to propagate. They produce also large quantity of biomass. It's what we are looking when we are doing biomass. We need biomass, aerial biomass, and root biomass. And these plants are also very easy to colonize harsh and unfertile soil. So they are very appropriate. We work mostly with willows and poplars, two genera belonging to the family of Salicaceae. For these reasons, they are effective to absorbing inorganic contaminants. They are also good to facilitate degradation of organic contaminants, and they have a very high transpiration rate, which means they can concentrate the contaminants in the surface soil horizon, which is good for their degradation. We have tried a very original technology that we have developed. We work with small cuttings of these plants. These plants can be propagated by cuttings, but if you cut those cuttings in very small parts, you can use them as propagals and spray them on soil. And like this, you can have a good response of the development of branches and roots in the soil and have a very strong attack on the soil to get rid of the contamination. Changing the soil over years is very interesting. It's quite easy to degrade the organic contaminants, a little bit more difficult to extract the contaminant, metal contamination, but we do have good results with poplars and willows with the strategy we have developed. You see one nice image, and this kind of image that we create, replacing the brownfields by this composition of different plots of shrubs and different species that we have. It creates, as I said before, positive impact on air quality because they have a very high respiration and transpiration and photosynthesis rate. The landscape is certainly better than what we had before. We can also sequester carbon in the soil, which is another benefit. And for sure, it benefits biodiversity in many, many ways. Just one word about the way that we can introduce this kind of model in circular economy. We can recycle the biomass that we harvest and transform it in bioproducts, such as biofuel. We do that with the biomass that we produce on our site. We partners with different companies that do this kind of project. And to conclude, just say that the rehabilitation of brownfields or abandoned sites using phytoremediation is possible. We are doing the proof of this. It benefits to the biodiversity and to the environment. And, many brownfield could remain for years and years in the state because for financial reasons. And we think that phytoremediation offers less expensive solutions that are easy to implement. For more detail, you can have a look on this publication that we recently published with one of my good colleagues, Werther Guidi-Nissim in Italy at Milan University. And I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a very interesting example, and I think it can also contribute probably to connectivity for biodiversity. So now we have Carly Cowell who is the head of Science Policy Unit at the Kew Royal Botanical Gardens, and she's going to explain now us how can we ensure restoration delivers the highest benefits to biodiversity and climate change targets.
Thank you, Lily. Thank you, everyone. And I'm going to take us back to basics of the principles of restoration. We're talking about the achievement of targets, and it's quite nice that coming in where I am in the presentations, my speakers before me have almost made most of my points. So thank you very much. But I think the principles of restoration, which sort of became a recognized science in the 1940s onwards. We'd been doing it before then, but formally recognized in the 1940s, that we need to stick to those principles. And like Piero, I'm going to show my take-home message first and then try and convince you that it works. So restoration, to start off with, does not justify destroying or damaging existing native ecosystems. Offsets. It's a word that sort of puts chills down my spine sometimes. They can be used very well and sometimes very poorly. And restoration should not be the tool in which existing ecosystems, be they're healthy or slightly degraded, are destroyed, and then, we can restore them again, because we know we can't bring anything back to how it was before human intervention. The next principle is broken down into three subsets. And in order to succeed, restoration needs to be effective. We need to know what landscape we're looking at and what we actually want to achieve. Are we looking at species conservation, or are we looking at ecosystem services? Or are they intertwined, as speakers before me today already have said? It is really woven together. It needs to be efficient. Michelle, I think your talk now just showed that you can use the existing species to reduce the contaminants in soil. What are the resources? Use what we're using in restoration as biofuel, and not reinvent the wheel. So use existing resources and capacity where we have that opportunity. And then engaging with the people who are on the ground, who are living in the sites or around the sites that need to be restored. And Nestor showed in his work that engaging with the communities and hearing from them is really part of the success of restoration. Then we need to identify our actions and the measurables that are needed to monitor. And where we have failed in restoration is that we haven't done long-term monitoring. So when someone has said, has it been successful? Well, we planted a lot of trees. We successfully planted 3,000 trees. 10 years down the line, are those trees still there? Are they 100? Or are they 2,999? And long-term monitoring and the funding for that has been short. And then we need to bring adaptive management into restoration. Natural systems are dynamic and flexible, and our management and restoration needs to be dynamic and flexible as restoration progresses, be it securing protected areas or rehabilitating brownfield sites. I'm sure many of you have seen this diagram or an iteration of it from a fairly old paper, but it does hark back to what we are aiming for with restoration on the continuum of completely degraded to fairly intact. And what we all want is to keep the intact environments as they are and then move slowly and bring in the degraded ones up to being more intact. Now, the amount of effort required depends on whether the abiotic barrier has been breached or the biotic barrier. And this brings me to two areas or principles, areas, protocols, depends on the wording. There's a lot of wording, so I'll put square brackets around these, that we work with a Q. So in the case where the abiotic barrier has been breached, such as the brownfields that we've just heard about, these should perhaps be shorter term monitoring and target driven restoration. So these are smaller, not so remote sites, urban, peri-urban sites, where the reference system is fairly well understood. It can be realistically achieved under existing and future environmental conditions. There's not much flux happening. Resources exist. Local communities are there. They don't have to travel far. Researchers are there. There's a university close by. We can do management practices. The sites aren't dependent on wider external processes, such as huge floods or dry areas needing, as I say, floods and rain to come in. We can actually do this physically ourselves. They're naturally stable systems, and particularly where the acceptance of wildness or rewilding isn't too well known or accepted. This can be changed with engagement, so that is in round brackets, not square brackets. That should stay. Then we have the longer term and open-ended restoration. Not to say there aren't targets and measurables as this goes, but these are in the more remote areas where maybe the biotic barriers have been breached, but not so much the abiotic, where natural systems can be left to adjust and to come back naturally. We don't have to have that much interaction and regeneration of the processes. We need to catalyze species and they will progress in the natural systems that they're going to do. We just need to get that started. And this is also where the acceptance of wilderness, rewilding, is more acceptable and not so much engagement is needed. I'd just like to share some of the setting of principles and standards which we have done at Kew with reforestation in particular. As Professor Antonelli mentioned yesterday in the Science Forum, we have our 10 golden rules for reforestation, which came out in the paper by Alice de Sacco and co-authors. And this followed on from a conference that we had at Kew Gardens with the Botanic Gardens Conservation International, where we showed it's the right tree in the right place for the right purpose, not just for the sake of planting trees. And it has been taken up by conservation, by business and industry, and the understanding is there that if you have a grassland, don't go and plant trees. You need to look at the right place. But if you're reforesting, once again, it's the right tree in the right place. So some current restoration projects that we have going at the moment. In South Africa, we've got a succulent project with the species Conophytum, which is currently being heavily poached from the wild. And here we are testing for stable isotopes within the plants that we know growing in situ. There are also many species that are being seized by enforcement officers that have been poached. And to restore those, they are being grown at the Sandby at the Kirstenbosch Botanic Gardens, where seed will be harvested. And we are hoping with our research in stable isotopes, we can find out where the mother plants came from and restore them in the wild. So this is species-specific restoration. We then have a native tree seed nursery project in Mexico, where working with local communities, we are certifying species grown in the nurseries. The local communities are benefiting from growing the trees, harvesting the seed, and then replanting into the natural areas. And then in Indonesia, we have a mass project harvesting in protected areas and then planting in buffer zones around protected areas to protect the protected areas and create connectivity corridors. At Kew, we're also doing capacity building. It's great that we're doing the restoration, but we need to be sharing the knowledge on how to do this and why we're doing it. So we have actually started a new master's course, Conservation and Restoration in Practice, and it started this year. We do also have the Kew Diploma in the horticulture, where we have our students go out to sites and engage in restoration, working with communities, engaging with them and educating, and then themselves learning about restoration. So I think summing it up, and we are getting closer to Christmas at the end of the year, so we took this photo in the seed bank while we were cleaning some seeds for restoration of meadows in the UK. And I think it's been said already by speakers before me, but we actually need to look at an integrated approach. We can't just go out and do restoration. The targets are linked. And I do believe that restoration is the tool that can help achieve a lot of the targets, not just the ones focused on now 2 and 11, but many more, including climate change targets. We also need to include seed collection and banking of target and associated species. We need to share data and experiences of restoration. We need to look at our red list assessments of habitats and just share our knowledge, particularly in restoration, but as we go forward in conservation. So I'll leave you with these words that restoration can provide multiple benefits and achievement of targets, from securing land for protected areas, for bioeconomies, increasing biodiversity, capacity building, and socioeconomic benefits. And thank you.
Thank you, Carly. Thank you very much. Indeed, restoration is part of the whole picture. In bending the curve. So let's continue with the next presentation. We have Robin Chaston presenting on leveraging natural regeneration in the tropics to achieve large-scale forest restoration, which is a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And this is great because I can also build on several of the themes that were already discussed. So I just want to focus this talk on areas that were forest ecosystems that have been converted, that is converted to a completely different land use for production purposes. And this recent paper in Nature estimated that there are over 1,000 million hectares of such forests all around the world. And one of the main questions that I've had for many years is what fraction of these areas that have been converted actually have a high potential for natural regeneration if we want to bring them into restoration. And the main motivation for this is because we simply do not need to plant trees everywhere around the world. Nature has figured out ways to plant trees on their own and to recover ecosystems on their own. And this is the best path for protecting biodiversity in most situations. And yet we see so much attention being spent on planting trees to restore these forest ecosystems, in many cases where it may not be needed. So it's really essential to first ask the question, where is tree planting needed, and where can we rely on other processes to do the work? And one example of this approach was applied in the Atlantic forest in Brazil through a study conducted by Renato Cruzeles and other partners. And this study looked at how much forest regrew within this region over a 20-year period from 1996 to 2015. And the study was able to segregate what areas of forest had regrown as plantations and which had recovered naturally. And most of those recovered areas were in the periphery of existing forest fragments. As you can see in that little inset, the green areas were already present forest fragments, which are numerous in many parts of the Atlantic forest. And those were key sort of nuclei for naturally regenerating forests. These were not planned in particular. They're just areas that began to regrow due to socio-ecological processes. 2.7 million hectares of forest came up, and nobody really made that happen. What an opportunity. This also provided an opportunity for looking at what factors best predicted the presence and absence of naturally regenerating forests. And this approach then could be used once those factors were identified to project forward for another 20 years, which areas would show a high potential for natural regeneration that had that set of factors that the other areas had. Of course, that's assuming that the world remains, many of the things about the world remain as they have been. But that exercise predicted that if we did nothing to foster the process, just let things happen as they had been, another 2.8 million hectares could simply regenerate on its own. And close to 20 million hectares showed some partial ability to recover that could be restored using some kind of assisted regeneration methodology. Well, that's huge, and that achieves the goal of the Atlantic Forest Restoration Pact for forest restoration in the Atlantic forest without planting very many trees at all. And of course, the cost reduction is huge, that if you consider the whole region, it reduces the cost by $90 billion, 77%. So nature can do this, obviously, in the right places, using the right trees, and at the right time, if it only had a chance, and it can do it for very little money. And this allows us to map, to present a map like this to the government of Brazil to say this is where active restoration is needed. That is, there's a very low potential for forest recovery here. In the pink areas, in the blue areas, these are areas that show a good potential for assisted natural regeneration. So we don't need to plant trees in the full plot level in this area. And the green areas are where there are existing forest remnants. So we have tools available now to do this kind of planning at the country level for almost all the tropical countries of the world. And this kind of exercise that we did in the Atlantic forest has now been done globally through work by Matt Fagan and his colleagues at University of Maryland, Baltimore. They assessed across the global tropics how much forest gain came from two different mechanisms, tree plantations and natural regrowth. It was painstaking work. It took a long, long time, a lot of ground truthing effort. This is based on high resolution data as well, Landsat data, based on the GLAD data set from the Hansen lab. But they actually were able to disaggregate forest gain, and they found an average of, I think, 33 million hectares of natural regeneration in the global tropics. That accounted for, and they bracketed it with error results, 32 to 66% of the total tree cover gain was from natural regeneration. And, it's a kind of figure that, some people might say, well, so what? But, we didn't have this kind of information before. And if you don't map it, people don't recognize it and they don't see it as an opportunity. But here we have it, and it shows where those areas were. Well, from that data, we've done what we did with the Atlantic forest. First, we looked at which were the best predictors of where natural regeneration, of the presence and absence. These are the three top ones. Where you have more forest in the landscape, the probability of natural regeneration went up. Where you have more soil organic carbon, the probability went up. And where you're closer to the edge of a forest, the probability was highest. And that goes down with distance from forest. So these are things that most of us who work with natural regeneration kind of already knew, but here it's been validated at the global level. And we can use this kind of information, which is mapped spatially, globally, to predict where natural regeneration could occur in the future. And this is the map that we have, and this is a manuscript in preparation, so please don't tweet. And our study showed a total of 238 million hectares could regenerate naturally under the favorable socioeconomic conditions. That is, the biophysical conditions are appropriate according to our model. That's based on the 2020 baseline. The greatest opportunity is in the Latin American tropics, and you see those areas highlighted in light green and yellow are those areas that have the highest potential for natural regeneration. And the second largest is in Asia and Indonesia, Southeastern Asia and Indonesia. And the lowest potential seems to be in the African tropics. But still, a huge opportunity now to begin to look in more detail at the country level and provide really important guidance for planners and policymakers. So this is the map for Brazil, which is the country that stood out as the single largest potential for natural regeneration globally. It amounts to 49.3 million hectares. You see some of that is in the Atlantic forest on the right-hand eastern edge of the country, but a lot of it is in the Amazon basin, in the areas that we call the arc of deforestation. That is going to be the arc of reforestation in the Amazon. And that's not my term. That term came from this policy brief that just came out a couple of weeks ago. And they looked at areas where we could sort of use this low-hanging fruit of natural regeneration. And they found that in areas zoned for protection, there's an opportunity already for about 0.8 million hectares that are forests that were felled quite recently, like since 2015. And in undesignated lands, there's an even larger opportunity of 1.8 million hectares, also areas that have been cleared quite recently. These are, that's 2.7 million hectares in the Amazon that are good opportunities for natural regeneration or assisted natural regeneration. So I've been talking mostly about the biophysical variables, and the modeling shows us where those are least, but there are huge socioeconomic barriers as well that need to be overcome and recognized and studied and overcome to really, really reach this potential. There's a lot of attitudes about natural regeneration. A lot of these areas are called wastelands, and they're called all kinds of words that aren't very pretty. They're not appreciated. It is this sort of open opportunity. You're not sure what you're going to get. They also provide little or no income for farmers or landowners. That's probably the single most important barrier. And they also could attract wildlife, which can be also bad for villagers. So for these reasons, we really need to work at the policy level to overcome some of these barriers, and they have been overcome in quite a few cases. In Costa Rica is a good example where they've been using incentives for landowners to allow their land to naturally regenerate. So in conclusion, we do find this potential for natural regeneration is highly spatially dependent. And we can use that to really plan where there's a high potential and where we need to plant trees, where there's a low potential. But we do find a very high potential for natural regeneration in the tropics, and particularly in areas that were more recently cleared or burned, and areas that have some of the qualities that we modeled that are on the edge or surrounding existing forest fragments. But the main limitations then are really not the biophysical ones. They're really the socioeconomic ones, which shifts our attention away necessarily from understanding all of the biological constraints to really what can we do to reduce the barriers that I mentioned. And also, we now have really important tools that we can use to support decisions on spatial planning that will really help reduce the cost and increase the overall scale of forest restoration across the tropics. And no one said this better than Archimedes, who recognized that levers are very important to allow you to move heavy things. And I think that this is a way to think about natural regeneration as a lever to really get us to the point where we can see forests restoring themselves on a very large scale around the world. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Roy. That was very interesting. And you're right, the socioeconomic challenges are the ones that have to be solved. I'm going to leave my colleague Nestor to go with the next part of the session. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to ask first a question to each of you and then open the floor for the rest of the audience. So first, Piero, okay, you with me, we are working European level. In Europe, there is some kind of coordination between at least the countries of the EU and so on. But it's a big challenge also that conservation planning usually is done at regional or national levels, while the contributions to the global goals is, of course, global. So how do you think that national authorities or at the national level should design policies in order to contribute to global restoration? So what kind of tools and policy instruments do you think are needed at national level?
Yeah, tough question. I think even if Europe has sort of a European level legislation, there is a lot of differentiation between countries. Some they have much more federal and distributed responsibilities for this, and some are more centralized. So there is some disparity. The one thing that I see that is kind of common across these is sort of rural development plans and then sort of financial and regulatory instruments at the national level that can be used from agricultural sectors and forestry sectors. So I think this kind of I don't want to say top-down, but more centralized instruments could be a way to basically scale down from global to national. But then there is the local administration, regional administration, which is really hard to generalize and is difficult to say.
Yeah, and this actually leads me to the next question to Michelle, because you showed exactly the opposite exercise, so very local measures, even in highly degraded areas, so that is in cities. And those obviously are designed like ad hoc, so you need to restore one place because it has been degraded in a very specific place, but it is not so easy to understand how that contributes at broader scales, right? So how do you think that kind of projects could actually contribute to larger scale restorations?
I think what I present is mostly at the local and municipal level, and I guess that's more those municipal government that can support and be in I've been supporting this kind of project. At the higher level, I would say that I don't know. I mean, I guess there's a lot of sites, as I mentioned, at the national level that also need to be rehabilitated and restored. In the case I was talking today, those sites are not only poor in biodiversity, but they are also most of the time contaminated, and that's the main problem. So I guess we are waiting for new politics to really force the industrial partners or the companies that are responsible for the degradation of these sites to take care and have the obligation to treat the sites. I think that's the main problem. What happened often is that companies shut down and the land stay the property of the government. And it is sometimes very expensive to rehabilitate those sites with conventional methods, and the owners, the landowners, which are municipalities or government, prefer to just put a fence around the sites and do nothing with that. So that's a shame, and I think we have to, to force the government to be more involved in what we should do with those sites. Maybe have some politics for that.
Thank you. Kerry, I really liked something, one of the main conclusions of your presentation. So saying small areas require intensive active restoration. In those areas, maybe some other measurements like rewilding could be more difficult to implement in that small scale restoration, while at larger scales we do need that kind of measurements, rewilding, natural regeneration, and so on. So now, those are kind of provocative statements, I think, not for scientists, but for policymakers. Do you think, how can we actually translate this and provide guidance on what kind of actions should be taken depending on the context and the scale of the needed restoration?
Thanks. And I think the presentations we've had this afternoon are the evidence that you can show to policymakers. And it's not heavy science. There's some maps and scales and models, but they can understand it. And we've all shown this is the practical application, whether we're calling it rewilding or not rewilding or restoration or rehabilitation, by showing that it can be done and looking at costs and the benefits, or reduced costs if it's natural regeneration, then the policymakers sit up and listen. And also talking to society from the bottom up, because when society speak, the politicians listen. They listen more than when the scientists speak, we have to admit. And I think that's the way of going about it. I know in the UK, when we've spoken to farmers about rehabilitating old fields that they no longer use and they no longer want to farm, and you say rewilding, we don't want wolves. They will eat the sheep that we have. And we say, no, that's not what we're talking about. We're just returning it to its natural state. And I think it's being sensitive to who you're speaking to. Is it a politician or a landowner using the word rewilding or not? If you talk about rewilding in a city, people are going to really look at you and go, well, what are you doing in a city that you're going to bring something wild in? And they generally think about animals, not so much the plants. But I think it's the messaging that needs to come across. But these examples that have been shown here today should be put into a package and then shown to policymakers and say, look, be it at a global scale, a national scale, or right down to a contaminated site in Montreal, it can be done. It's not impossible. And that's the message we need to give.
Totally agree. Perhaps some homework to do together. Robin, so you've showed the enormous potential of natural regeneration, and I'm really impressed with the estimations of the amount of area in different continents even that could be set aside for or set for this kind of restoration. But again, very often this is not considered as part of restoration. I remember a discussion in the Society for Ecological Restoration of Europe, in the conference that really recently happened in Alicante, and there was a very strong push against let nature do the work. Yeah, there were a couple of talks about that. So how can we mainstream this concept among colleagues and policymakers first, and then how can we actually incorporate it into the policies, even in policy documents? I mean, we are discussing here about the targets and the goals. Is there a way that we can actually reflect this better in a way that we take those huge opportunities to mainstream natural regeneration or rewilding into the policy?
I think part of the problem is that at the high level in governments, they're very removed from a lot of the realities that people deal with in more rural areas, because rural residents really get it. They totally understand and the benefits of natural regeneration, but they also are in situations where they've often sometimes have to clear natural regeneration on their own property in order to get seedlings of trees so that they can qualify for reforestation in some countries, because reforestation is considered only tree planting. So I think it really requires getting policymakers to listen to the not just the scientists, but to their own people because they often know what will work best. They know what trees they want to have because they're the ones that grow up in their backyards normally, and they attract wildlife. And many of these, Costa Rica is really a good example where they have been trying to do this and grow native trees in nurseries. And also they have the payments for environmental services for natural regeneration, but it pays less than for tree planting because of course it doesn't cost as much for the landowner to do it. But they still need the benefits because they're still paying opportunity costs for their land use. And that has to really be part of the equation. So I think that it's really kind of a landscape scale problem, and landscape thinking is still not really reaching those higher levels either. I know I've been beating this drum for quite a few years, and it is starting to gain traction. It's not, I mean, there's almost like an anti-tree growing movement now. And I don't think that's what we need. I think we really just need to broaden the perspective and show how this can work. And, Costa Rica is a huge example of how it can work and how it has helped them double their forest cover.
Thank you. I would like now to invite to the audience to come to the microphones and make statements or questions, whatever you want.
Okay, you know who I am by now, so I'm not going to introduce myself again. Really great set of talks. I've worked in nature for about 14 years, and we're seeing growing rural depopulation across the area as we see increasing urbanization. This often opens up areas of land, and those areas don't necessarily regenerate. A lot of them are open to industrial agriculture. Do you see mechanisms that could be developed to help those areas get restored or be allowed to regenerate, perhaps build in things like local livelihood provision through the collection and sale of non-timber forest products in a way that is economically viable? So instead of creating this vacuum which gets filled with very unsustainable agriculture, we could actually create new, more sustainable modes of development for the people who are still in those areas, and also empower local communities so they have modes of income.
Maybe Robin or...
Yeah, no, that's a really important question. There are lots of areas of the world, even other countries besides China, where there's a lot of rural depopulation. And now what's happening in those areas is not so much industry in other countries, but it's also rich home landowners, people buying that land and having their little retreats. But I think that for the China situation, agroforestry is a really good solution for some of those areas, because you could have fruit trees, you could have crops, those areas near the city, they could have a market for locally grown. I think that if there were more demand for locally grown or organic products coming from these regions outside the city, then those areas could be used for agroforestry and other kinds of recreation opportunities as well.
Thanks. And I totally agree with Robin that, by providing a value for that land over and above just agriculture, industrial agriculture, for the people who are still there, not everyone's going to move from the rural to the city, then it provides a basis that secures the environment and the livelihoods of the people there. And then they will protect it. And I've seen this happen in Africa as well. I grew up in South Africa, and it was very similar. A lot of people moving from the rural areas to the cities, and then leaving these areas that were taken over by industrial agriculture. But in areas where people valued the natural areas that they could go and harvest, have their own fruit trees, and tourism and activities, then they protected those, and agriculture didn't get the foot in the door to just denude everything. So I totally agree. By providing a value for those areas to the people who remain, and you can actually see some countries have had a switch of people leaving the city and going back out again to these rewilded areas.
So, next question. Then I'll comment in about that also. So one situation in, are you asking the question? One situation in Europe that perhaps is different from other places is the relatively large amounts of areas that are under land abandonment or are projected to be under land abandonment because of profitability of agricultural areas that have decreased, or people simply don't want to be poor anymore and they move to areas where they earn more money. And this has been several often thought as very good areas for restoration, rewilding, and so on. And now I think we are having a new problem or threat that we didn't expect until very recently, which is a threat by big solar power plants, regenerators, and so on. So all the energy farming, because those are very cheap areas that very often have high restoration value, even high biodiversity value already. So it's very easy, let's say, to buy those areas or simply to plan in a way that those areas are dedicated to energy farming. Yeah. So I think that this could be a big challenge that we are going to face now, and kind of unexpected. Yeah.
Robin, I have a question for you. You surprised me by some points you mentioned in your presentation, but I was glad to listen to. But in my courses at the university, it's maybe a long time ago, I learned that when in the tropics, when you cut a forest, the soil can be, the nutrients in the soil will be leached by the rain regime, and the soil will become very, very poor, and then will be transformed in a desert. So how can we manage, imagine how you deal with that when people ask this question? I guess you're familiar with that, I guess.
Yeah, when I first started doing research on tropical forest succession, there were people that told me, oh, but why are you doing that? Because we all know that once you cut down the forest, it'll never grow back. It's wrong. It's just wrong information. And there are some very, very worst case scenarios, yes, where you go from a forest to a desert, but there's a lot of things that make that happen that aren't universal. And I think if you focus on just those very severe cases, then you're missing this huge opportunity, because most of the cases are really much more likely to show at least some decent restoration. And you can also assist that in a lot of ways. And you can add a few species. If there are some trees that you're not seeing come up, you could plant those trees. It's not like you should just throw it all away because they're not all of the trees that you wanted in the system. So there are lots of ways you can manage it and enhance, enrich the composition over time. Native peoples have been doing this for millennia. They've figured out how to do that.
I have one more question for you, Robin. This is about land ownership, because I'm, at least in my country, where a lot of the land is owned by the state, and it's the area that has the highest deforestation rate, then it's very challenging to be working there. But I was wondering, on this example you show on this paper on Brazil, and this area that have been regenerated, what is the land ownership there? Do you know?
Well, some of that, they had divided it into the two categories: the protected land, which I think is government, but it's designated for protection, and then the undesignated lands, which are probably anyone's guess who's probably disputed ownership cases, or cases where someone's trying to gain ownership. So this is a real problem, absolutely. You can't sweep it under the rug. It is motivating a lot of land use change, not only in Brazil. And it is impeding restoration in many cases.
So again,
Southeast Asia is difficult because there's been a high level of defaunation, including loss of even bird life in much of the region. Have you seen how much that impacts on the ability of forests to regenerate? Because if you don't have seed dispersers, etc., it's quite difficult to get your foundational species into an area. And at least for the plant species, more work may be needed to enable those areas to regenerate.
No, I think that there certainly are lots of limitations. And I should say that the data that were used to generate the predictive model is just, did the forest regenerate or not? Not what was the quality of the regeneration. That's a step that we're not quite able to take, but in some smaller scale studies, we're beginning to look at that as well. So I think we still have a long way to go. We're not able to predict, and even if we had all the data in the world, we would still not be able to predict exactly what species are going to grow and how, and what arrangement and all of that. The thing is that once it gets going, you have an opportunity to enhance it and to enrich it, and you're not starting from a bare soil situation where you've got a lot of invasive weeds, and that's already been taken care of for the most part. I should say there are cases where invasive plants will take over, and there you've got to really prevent that from happening, or you're not going to get natural regeneration.
Okay. Lots of questions still remaining, but I think we need to close the session. I thank you all for coming. Please, a big applause to the speakers. And there is coffee break outside. Then for the next session, it's going to be in the upper room, I guess. Yes. And also the closing of the Science Forum is going to be up there. Thank you. It's 516 D and E. So 516.
Okay, I think we have most of the people here that said they would attend the meeting, so I think we will start. Everyone, I think, can sit around the table. We have enough space. And as you know, this is just an informal meeting because we have not had a chance to meet in person for the last few years. I mean, some of us maybe were in Nairobi or Geneva or some of the meetings, but we have not had a chance to come together. We had some virtual meetings, but it's, yeah.
Do you need to be on interaction right now?
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna cut that.
Thank you. Yes, actually, yeah, we don't need that. Okay, no. Yeah, so I guess we don't need to live stream our meeting. Yes, so it's a great opportunity to meet in person, and we have some new members as well. So maybe just quickly, some people who don't know me, I'm Britta Garfield with the